Mi nombre es Luis Manuel Espinosa y quiero darle la más cordial bienvenida a este primer foro de vivienda, soluciones resilientes para la reducción del déficit habitacional en América Latina y el Caribe.
To resolve the deficits of homes in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is simultaneous
portugués y francés.
Interpretation headsets at the entrance in Spanish, English, Portuguese, and French. We have many people following us right now live who are with us through our bank channels. Welcome to all the people who are with us online. We want to remind you that you can leave your comments here in the chat with your questions as well. And hashtag Foro de Vivienda 2022, House Forum 2022. We have a very full agenda today, and tomorrow we have 7 panels. We will start with a few words from the authorities at the IDB. And then we will have our main speaker and then the first 4 panels of the day. Tomorrow we will have panels 5, 6, and 7, and we will close with Reina Elena Mejías. With her words. First of all, we want to welcome you to this event with our Vice President of Sectors, Benigno Lopez, Vice President of Sectors.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for the IDB Group to have the participation of such important authorities from the public sector, public and private sector, academia, and civil society. We can find solutions that promote equity and resiliency before climate change. These are central topics of our corporate strategy and our vision for 2022. We have to act urgently. Half of our population live in precarious and informal settlements. These are our most vulnerable citizens. We're talking about 350 million people, more than the population of the United States. The access barriers for formal access to housing are multiple. We have many challenges. We have to add the emerging challenges as the changes in the patterns of settlement and climate change. All of these new challenges have an impact on public policy and equity. These are some of the trends. Urban growth is stabilizing, but the urbanizations and metropolitan regions become more relevant in the development model. Latin America and the Caribbean is the region with the most urbanized areas of the world. In the last few years, intra-regional urbanization migration has increased. In a crisis with no precedent, 20 million migrants were displaced forcefully. Secondly, demographic change and the composition of establishing the need for homing. The median age has increased. So we have what we call nuclear families, and we see an increase of non-family homes, students, workers, migrants. And although families are smaller than before, the poorest families are the biggest ones. Thirdly, we are still having a cultural deficiency in housing and the persistency in the informality of housing. 21% of urban populations live in marginal neighborhoods. So we see that there is a qualitative deficit which is greater than the quantitative deficit. We estimate that 94% then the housing deficit in urban areas is qualitative. It is manifested in the lack of access to public services as is drinking and potable water. The informality of work is also a barrier for a more dignified and better living. So this has limited support in terms of subsidies and grants and other instruments that governments can provide these populations. After COVID, we have seen a greater financial barrier, and many informal workers have to face them in order to have housing. And in the fifth place, the region is going through devastating socio-economic effects due to climate change. Our region is the second one more open to disaster, to climate disaster. In 2019, 152 million people were affected by 1,200 natural disasters. In 1997, 2017, 1 out of 4 disasters had occurred in our region, which is 53% of economic losses on a world basis in relation to climate. This year, countries like Chile, Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay are suffering terrible droughts. Out of the 260 million inhabitants in this region, those in informal settlements are vulnerable to natural disasters. I have spoken about the problem. We need to find solutions. This forum wants to generate ideas and innovative products that will allow us to face housing deficits. I would like you to invite our diagnosis of the housing deficit, taking into account the censuses or the national surveys. We can think of new national platforms for public information or innovation in financing instruments. We can also think about our legal frameworks, institutional frameworks that promote the participation of the public and private sector. There are innovation in the building so that there is more resiliency and less carbon. We can think of participative methodologies that center their focus on vulnerable populations. We have a long trajectory in the urban and housing sector at the IDB. We have done more than 900 projects with resources for $20 billion from the public sector. In the IDB, we try to support the governments in the design and execution and instruments to reduce the housing deficit so that there is a sustainable and strong and resilient urbanization and housing situation. We want to increase our financing. IDB wants to create a system of innovation in the housing sector with technology, with entrepreneurship, with capital investments. We want to solve the problem of housing, of the housing deficit. Consistent with our Vision 2025, the 2022 forum organized by the IDB brings together all of the public and sector, private and public leaders and all of the creators of laws so that we can tackle these changes, these problems. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Benigno.
Thank you so much, Benigno. Now we will have a few words from 3 people who belong to the 3 branches of the IDB. Juan Pablo Bonilla, who is the manager of the Climate Change and Sustainable Change sector. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all. I was telling my colleagues that this is the first event which is hybrid with a great presence at the bank. Yesterday, we met with the entire team for housing and development. We hadn't seen each other since COVID. And I said that what's so nice about all this is that we're together again. And even though it's hybrid and many more people can have access to what we're doing at the IDB. So in order to be very honest, I feel quite strange after 2.5 years of doing doing things online, seeing so many faces from the region. So the first thing I want to do is to thank you for being here. Thank you for making the effort of coming to Washington. I know that it was a problem due to the hurricane. You couldn't make your connections. So we have 2 days to spend together to share experiences. And as Benigno said, in order to find solutions for the housing sector. I was telling my group yesterday that I remembered when we were at the Habitat meeting in 2015 in Quito. We were just starting the creation of this department, the Sustainable Development and Climate Change, that has an access policy with a greater vision of what a city should be. This is what we saw in Quito. This is why we created a rural development sector, and we see that climate change and natural disasters in an overarching manner with our themes at the bank. So we want to make sure that COVID was very painful for you economically and unequal. We are. So we have to try to find the way to reach the lead projects for different cities that go through a new legal framework that was saying, tackling such complex topics, gender. I listened to Benigno's introduction. I have to say that he spoke about inflation. He also mentioned informality. Having access to infrastructure has made it more difficult to have access to land that can be, of the investments that we have done in this sector has gone toward new housing. And the court have done big housing projects far from the area. As the main tool for support are these subsidies. We're going to the bottom of the pyramid. COVID made this very clear. The inequity, housing policies, metropolitan areas, urban areas. This coordination between the national and subnational governments, the urban and metropolitan areas, is a very complex topic. The sanitizing of a river, of any kind of project, this requires coordination between cities, between states, between governments, and a great opportunity. There are many opportunities for the housing sector that we can tackle in these 2 days. We see that we can improve the housing deficit, the supply and demand, and tackle the issue of registry, the cadastres, and so on. You know that many cities have very important rural areas as well, and the usage of technological platforms to manage housing. Secondly, the opportunity to reassess our objective populations. Secondly, the concept of cities improving housing and regularizing the situations, and then looking at different purchasing possibilities within supply and demand. And lastly, to have the space to innovate. My colleagues from BidLab, BidInvest, so that we can see the focus that we are providing the topic of housing. We have to have a public-private view integrating technology and innovation. Benigno talked about the pictures of the impact of the hurricane in Florida. This is becoming more and more common in all of our countries. This impact, we're always talking about the contribution of sectors in emissions. In the housing sector, it's not a great polluter, but we have to talk about efficiency in housing, about working with different materials. I remember that when I was in Ecuador a short time ago, they showed me a design about building housing in the Amazon region with new materials. I see this as a new opportunity because our countries are not great polluters. Article 2 of the Climate Change Convention talks about common but differentiated responsibilities. We have to talk about decarbonizing. I see all this as an opportunity for better planning for those countries that are not great emitters. And we see this at the bank in the energy sector. Many times having more renewable energy is a possibility to diversify the energy matrix. There are countries that have very clean matrices with hydroelectric energy, so they see that the impact of climate change makes water supply difficult. So we have to have more air energy, more wind energy. We have to be able to diversify the risk vis-a-vis climate change. So the topic of renewables is linked to electromobility. When we talk about electromobility 10 years ago, it had no sense, because what feeds electromobility? Energy. Those electrical areas in the city where you can recharge your countries, where there are generators. Now I have solar energy at home, and now I've received a check, and I can charge my vehicle throughout the city. But materials, and this is why I was talking about it has to become an opportunity for a different type of planning and development. The impact in cities. Let me tell you why I link this with energy and electromobility and the development of cities. The climate change and different types of elements that are associated to them. In cities, we have to have work that is associated to rain management, to rainfall management. I'm a civil engineer. We have to start working on these infrastructures, which were designed many years ago. Say the infrastructure I have is not responding to hurricanes. It's not responding to this massive rainfall, to tropical rainfall, and we have flooding. The works that are being done now, we have a huge box culvert that is around Washington. It goes underneath the city, it goes underneath the mall, and they've done all this in order to avoid flooding in the city. The same is happening in Alexandria in front of the Potomac River. They're doing all this in order to take the water out of cities. What was not forecasted is what happens when the river level starts increasing and it could flood the city. We started looking at this last year. So we have to talk about private-public infrastructure. We have to plan housing, and as well as making sure that we understand how, based on zoning, where we can have infrastructure and when we can't. We have to say in certain areas of the city, we can't do anything here. And this is the next part of the agenda, nature-based solutions. My environmentalists and I have found this is a sophisticated name. We wanted to make things easier, though. Biodiversity is part of the solutions to climate change. Any cities on the coast are the mangroves, for instance, are very important. They clean water, but they also capture CO2. But they become a big barrier, a big protection for hurricanes, and at the same time, it's one of the best mechanisms in order to make sure that fishing can take place in the poorer communities.
En varias ciudades estamos empezando a hacer créditos que incluyen esa variable del principio. Tiene muchos, yo diría, impactos no solo en la parte de cambio climático, sino en la parte social también, y en el trabajo con la comunidad. Lo mismo páramos, lo mismo diferentes ecosistemas que son proveedores de servicios para las ciudades, pero hay que verlos también como generadores de empleo. En el banco estamos viendo toda la agenda de sostenibilidad como parte de la agenda de crecimiento y de equidad.
As part of our growth agenda. And then parks, of course, they make life more pleasant, but at the same time, they are mechanisms for adapting to climate change to avoid floods. So they're planning works. And that's why I'm saying the environment, the circular economy, recycling, all of this is a great excuse for better planning. So as a sector, I think it's not just in housing, but it's in that link with urban development that we need to coordinate this sustainable development agenda with social aspects, gender agenda, the gender agenda, diversity aspects. And as the title of this forum says, we want to have better housing, but it needs to be sustainable, it needs to be inclusive and resilient as well. I want to thank all of you for being with us. I think we're going to have 2 fascinating days of interactions and exchanges. I'm so proud to be here with my team today and with all of you who have joined us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Juan Pablo.
Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. I'd like to now welcome Aitor Ascurra, head of the corporate division of IDB Invest. Welcome. Go ahead, please, Aitor. Good morning. As Juan Pablo was saying, it's such a pleasure to be all together here in person. Again, I met so many people this morning that I got scared. I put my mask back on and then I took it off. I felt more comfortable. So IDB Invest is the investment branch of the IDB. Welcome all of you who are here with us, as well as those who are with us virtually. The housing sector is greatly important for sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. The effects of this sector have a direct and indirect impact on many other fields, not just the creation of housing spaces. That's why IDB's strategy is to see this as a tool for the sustainable recovery of our region. Latin America and the Caribbean has some of the highest urbanization rates in the world, as we've heard. Between 2000 and 2030, the urban population will go up from 400 million to 600 million, and this means that there's a great demand for decent and accessible, affordable housing, and the need for sustainable, climate-adapted housing is a great opportunity for us. Just building green housing means an investment of about $16 billion by 2030. This is a good reason for the private sector in our region to adapt its business model to changing demand and regulations. In this context, the role of private banks and financial institutions becomes especially important in satisfying the demand for affordable and resilient housing. In spite of the efforts by the financial sector, we still see low levels of banking presence and low levels of access to housing financing for middle and low income sectors of society, in particular for informal workers and for women. Facilitating access to decent housing is one of IDB's objectives in terms of improving the lives of citizens in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we do this by working with the private sector. In the context of the COVID economic crisis, supporting the building of social housing is essential for promoting health, security, and the future development of the families of our region. From BidInvest in the last 5 years, we've supported housing developers, companies that are part of the supply chain, also financial intermediaries, tech platforms, and our support for housing has come in the form of many different financial instruments, long and short-term loans, lines of credit, partial guarantees of credit, and also thematic bonds and capital investments as well. We supported the private sector with more than $500 million. And to have a greater impact, many of these operations have been accompanied by technical assistance resources, technical assistance as well in many areas, including climate change, which is so relevant and so important for the entire IDB group. Reducing a quantitative and qualitative housing shortage is not a small job. It requires a joint effort between governments at the national level, as well as at the state and municipal level, developers, the supply chain, and also by financial entities, which are key in this process. And these solutions must be inclusive. They must include everyone, and they must be adapted and be able to mitigate climate change. As many experts have said, that is the challenge of our generation. As has already been said before, the macroeconomic context of Latin America and the Caribbean, inflation, the rise in interest rates, informality, lack of financial literacy, and other problems make this very urgent. And we need to remember that we all play a fundamental role in closing this housing gap. In the private sector, we need to continue to adapt innovative mechanisms to finance development and to have the credit worthiness ensured for those who need to improve their housing situation. That's why in this forum we seek to generate the space for thinking, for sharing ideas, experiences, knowledge, to look forward and determine how we can make sure that we have decent housing for everyone in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Aitor.
Thank you very much, Aitor. I'd like to welcome now Cesar Buenadicha. He's the head of the Discovery Unit at the IDB Lab. Go ahead, please, Cesar. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation. Juan Pablo, Aitor, Tatiana, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in representation of the Discovery Unit at the IDB Lab. We believe that innovation and entrepreneurship are key in bringing new solutions to the region's problems, and one of them is housing. Affordable, decent housing, especially for the most vulnerable groups. In terms of innovation and inclusiveness, that's what drives us. And let's start with inclusion. As Juan Pablo was saying, the COVID pandemic, some years before the pandemic, we conducted a project in Villa 31 in Buenos Aires. I was able to visit this part of town and talk to families there. And COVID, I think what it did was to generate empathy in all of us. We were, of course, in our homes, but it wasn't the same for all of us to be at home. There are people who live in informal settlements. It's not the same for them, and they had to be there. They needed also to generate some income. They needed to live in an environment that allowed them to overcome some difficult situations. So that reality, these informal settlements, this need for housing, I think it brings us all together, and it tells us that we need to work on dignified, decent housing in the region. And there's a population that lives in these settlements. We know this, over 18 million migrants are a part of this group in the region. When you visit informal settlements, who lives there? Very often it's migrants from other countries or internally displaced migrants. So the housing deficit is also a deficit of social and economic inclusion. And that's why it's even more important. Also, gender is an issue. Disability. We have disability projects in the region. And this also helps us remember that access to housing means access for everybody, so that we can actually get to our houses. We can live in them in conditions that allow us to live in the way we need to live based on our specific needs. So that inclusion, that last mile aspect of inclusion, is a key aspect in innovation and entrepreneurship as well. In terms of technical innovation, there are good news. There's good news. And when we visited this informal settlement, Villa 31, we saw that there was a square, a plaza. Everybody was there because it was the only place where there was free Wi-Fi. Change more quickly. And this helps us with innovation. The use of technology and data is something that allows us to dream of a different future for housing. Why? Because housing right now is linked to the management. I have several, by the way. Nobody has Silo or Redfin. I imagine, well, if you don't, I encourage you to be curious, because who doesn't know how much the house next door is worth? Technology is transforming our understanding of how housing emerges, how it's developed, and this brings together also some problems. Silo wanted to start a fund for flipping. So these technologies happens when we have digital platforms that know more than many of the actors who are actually formally in the housing sector. And this helps us understand the importance of entrepreneurship, innovation in terms of housing information. We are looking at a reality of platforms, Silo, whatever other platforms that capture data. And that's very important to understand, to regulate, and to also generate innovation foundations for green growth and inclusion here. But what's coming is the Web 3, which is living through a time when if we establish a connection between our problems and new solutions that are coming up, then we can move forward. And how can we make that future more inclusive? If we don't work for our future with innovation and in the context of Web 3 as regulators, as public-private entities, we need to understand the future of technological tools and how they can affect housing. But in general, it's the use of technology for housing, and we feel this is extremely important. We're seeing a lot of investment in the region in startups that are growing and providing services. Very exciting and interesting. So I'll give you 3 examples of what IDB Lab is working on. First, Elemental, it's a startup in Chile, sponsored by the government, and so it's more accessible and better quality for those who have fewer opportunities. The second one is Nova Vivienda, an initiative in Brazil. It's called Nova Vivienda, and it's generating a network of micro franchises supporting credit. Always needs to go hand in hand with housing, so we need to work on that. And we're also with them working on the use of data and technology to facilitate access to credit. And then there's a startup that we've liked a lot, and for this, they're using information for low-income people to have a credit history. We always think of this as a fundamental data and technology to create a virtuous circle where low-income people can use their properties to truly come out of their situation wherever they're stuck and be able to move forward. So this is the housing industry. We have small public, private actors, but we also need to look at the emerging ones, entrepreneurs, through platforms, through new innovations. They are transforming the industry. We call them insurgents, and they can help us with all our critical work, access to housing, housing improvement, green housing. This is so important. We see these entrepreneurs as people who can inspire us, with whom we can work, with whom we can partner to generate that future we want to see for housing in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you continue to learn. And I want to thank my team from the IDB Lab, all those also supporting us from the housing and urban development sector. Thank you very much. That was great. Thank you very much, Cesar. We now have a very special presentation from our keynote speaker for today. I want to welcome Chris Herbert, who is the Managing Director of the Center for Housing Studies at Harvard University. Go ahead, please, Chris.
Buenos dias, good morning. It is wonderful. Please excuse me, discúlpeme por hablar en inglés. Hablo español, pero no tanto para dar una lectura.
I apologize for speaking English. I speak Spanish, but not well enough for a presentation.
To be gathering again in person and to see so many faces here in the room. And welcome to those of you who are watching virtually too. We're in a new world where we have to be cognizant of both. So I want to start by giving you a bit of an introduction to my center, so you know who I am. So the Joint Center for Housing Studies is a research university center that was established in 1959 as the Joint Center for Urban Studies of Harvard and MIT. And so for our first 30 years, we were a joint exercise between the two universities and focused very broadly on urban issues. And during that period of our life, we spent the center did actually focus much on Latin America as well as the US and other parts of the world. But beginning in 1987, there was a divorce between Harvard and MIT. Harvard got custody of the center, and we became solely a center at Harvard University, joint between the Graduate School of Design, where the Urban Planning Department is, and also between the Kennedy School of Government, where public policy is. And at that point, we began to focus exclusively on housing. Today, our mission is to advance the understanding of housing issues and to inform industry, policy, and advocacy. We also have a mission to train and inspire the next generation of housing leaders. I was very happy to see Jorge Silva, who is here today from Brazil, who was a student of mine. It's wonderful to see people go out in the world who have been at Harvard. I also have a colleague, Felipe Vera, here from the GSD. Very nice to see you here. So our mission is we pursue our mission in three ways. First, we produce scholarly insights about housing. We provide forums for public discourse on housing issues, and we obviously are engaged in education. Let me show you a few of our signature reports. This is the work that we're best known for. The report on the left is the State of the Nation's Housing Report. This is a report we do every year that documents conditions in U.S. housing markets to fulfill our mission of informing policy, advocacy, and industry. I don't want to be too humble, but I think this is the definitive resource in the country to help inform policy for people from across the spectrum. We also do a report every other year on America's rental housing, which focuses specifically on the rental sector. We do every other year a report Improving America's Housing, which is focused on investments in the existing housing stock to improve its quality and to make it more resilient to climate change. Carlos Martin, who is my colleague here in the back of the room, raise your hand, Carlos, is the director of this program, a very important member of the Joint Center staff. And then lastly, we also study issues around aging and how an aging society can be safely and affordably housed. And so we have a report about housing America's older adults. As you can tell, we have very much now a very US focused aspect of our work. I will note a few of our forays into work in the Global South. In 2018, we, together with the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, Enrique Silva, who some of you may know, and Rahul Malhotra from the Graduate School of Design, organized a symposium, Slums, New Visions for an Enduring Global Phenomena, where we brought together people from around the world to talk about approaches to address the issues of slums and informal settlements. And then the other paper I show there, which is illegible, but is a paper we did in 2012, where it was the culmination of a series of work we had done in Mexico with partners at Infonavit, where we were trying to create a State of the Nation's Housing Report in Mexico. We helped launch that, and that was taken over by other organizations within Mexico. But in 2012, we came back to look at progress over the last 10 or 12 years and how Mexico had done in addressing challenges and what remained to be done. So I know a little bit about the Global South, enough to be dangerous. But what I want to do today is to talk about insights that the Joint Center has gleaned from our work in studying the state of the nation's housing that relate to this question of the housing deficit and relate to the need to advance more supply that is resilient for the climate change that we're all experiencing. So what I want to talk about today are 5 themes, and hopefully what this will do is raise the issues that you will then be discussing over the next few days and give some context of the United States and what our experience has been as well. So first, I want to talk about the headline from our report this year, which is that in the US, housing prices and rents have been going up dramatically and has been linked to a supply deficit, which is relatively new in this country. But then I want to step back and talk about the long-term trends in housing affordability and how the drivers of that go beyond the supply side, and how does that insight help us think about solutions. I will then turn to the question of estimating the housing deficit in the US and how we're thinking about it, as well as the aspects of the housing deficit problem that are being ignored by these estimates, and close with a few remarks about policy. Okay, to begin. In the US, the headline from our report this year, this chart is showing you trends in the percentage change in house prices for sale, for ownership, and rent going back to 2004. And if you look on the right-hand side of the chart, you can see that those lines went up to record levels beginning halfway or midway through the pandemic. And at first during the pandemic, I'm sure in many places of the world, the market slowed down and collapsed as people were not sure what to expect. And then demand for housing became very robust. So we had higher housing price growth than we had during the so-called housing bubble in the early 2000s. And we've had growth in rents that are higher than they have been at any time in history. And when people talk about what is the driver of this, they turn immediately to the housing supply and the lack of supply. This chart is showing you the number of homes for sale on the market and the number of months supply of those homes, which is the line. And you can see is that we had during the housing boom in the mid-2000s, early 2000s, we had an enormous supply of home and a supply of home well in excess of the normal 6-month supply. Over the last 10 years, we've been seeing that supply become tighter and tighter. And as of last year, we had less than 2 months supply of homes, less than 2 million homes on the market. And that dramatically reduced supply was linked strongly to the fact that house prices were going so dramatically up. On the rental side, this is showing you vacancy rates in different sectors of the rental market. The top one is the prime urban. The yellow is the overall vacancy rates for the market. And you can see during the first phase of the pandemic, people fled from the cities, moved back to home with their parents. Vacancy rates went up. But then quickly, people realized that they were here for the long haul. Demand for housing went up very strongly. And now vacancy rates are at their lowest level in history. So again, the lack of supply, both for sale and for rent, is linked to those very strong growth in housing prices. And that's led in the US to a strong conversation about what do we do to expand the supply of housing. But what I want to do now is talk about the long-term trends in affordability to understand where we were at the time of the pandemic and the time of these latest trends to understand broader drivers. So I want to take us back, looking back over the last 60 years in the United States. And what this chart is showing you is the share of renters who are spending an excessive amount of income on housing. In the United States, we use a metric that says one should not spend more than 30% of your income on housing, because if you do, you won't have enough left over to afford everything else. Over time, that metric became so commonly violated that we now have a new measure, severely burdened, where we spend more than half of your income on housing. So if you look at the left-hand side of this chart, the purple area, those who are spending half their income, the orange are spending more than 30%. In 1960, about a quarter of renters were cost burdened. And if you look at that chart over time, decade by decade, it's increased steadily. There are some decades when things don't get much worse, but other decades when things deteriorate dramatically. And at no point in time have we turned back the tide to make up substantial ground. And so now, at the latest count, a little under half of renters are cost burdened, and about a quarter are spending more than half their income on housing. So this issue of housing affordability is not new, it's long-standing. And if we think about what housing affordability is, it's whether or not households have sufficient income to pay for housing. And so what's been driving this? Not surprisingly, it's a divergence between income growth and housing price. And so the bottom line there is showing you the annual change in real terms in median renter incomes. And so you can see that dark line over time. Renter incomes essentially have only gone up in 10% in real terms since 1960. And so over the span of 55 years or so, very little real growth in incomes among renters, while housing prices have gone up 70% in real terms. So a 60% gap between what's happened to incomes and what's happening to housing costs. And so the issue when we think about housing affordability, as people who think about housing, we are often focused on the housing side of the equation, but we can't lose sight of the fact that in many respects, this is an income problem. And therefore we have to think about solutions that address the income side of the equation as well. This is for the rental market. If we look at the same estimates for the homeowner market, homeowners have done better. So obviously in the United States, like in other parts of the world, we have growing income inequality. And people who are in the rental market tend to be lower income. And so if we look at homeowners, we see there among that group, incomes have gone up 50% in real terms. So much better off than renters. But house prices have gone up 112%. So a similar large gap. So why is it that house prices are going up so much? One reason has to do with the fact that housing quality has increased. If we think back to 1960, the years after the end of World War II, housing in the US, as I'm sure it was in most parts of the world, was much humbler, smaller, simpler, fewer utilities. And as we've been adding to the housing stock, this chart is showing you the characteristics of new single-family homes, which account for much of our new housing. In 1970, the typical home was 1,400 square feet. Now it's well in excess of 2,500 square feet. Air conditioning was rare. Two bathrooms were rare. Now every home has 2 bedrooms, air conditioning, 2-car garage, much larger homes. I can show you similar statistics for multifamily housing. The housing we're building is much nicer, much higher quality, which is good, but it also means that there's not as much humble housing for people who need more affordable options. The other factor is that it's not just changes in quality. This chart for the economists in the room is showing you the trend in a constant quality house price index versus a change in the actual house price. So the top line is what's happening to the prices of new homes in the US as built. And that bottom line is saying, if we take into account the changes in quality, the fact that they're bigger, they have more amenities, what would the price of that humble home be? So at this estimate, whereas in 1963, you could buy a simple home for $150,000, today a new home is $382,000. But of that, 3/4 of it has to do with the home being bigger and higher quality. But 1/4 is due to the fact that the intrinsic cost of that house is higher. And much of that is actually in land prices. So another key factor has to do with the fact that, and housing prices going up, is that land has become more expensive. Our cities are getting bigger. As our cities get bigger, there's less land to build on. And also, as we have higher income households relative to the lower income households, they bid up that price of that well-positioned land. So the land market is a key factor here as well. So as we think about housing costs, we have to think about how do we make simpler housing and how do we make better use of land. The other factor, and this relates to the IDB lab, I think, is a question about productivity increases in housing. This is a summary of a report from McKinsey looking at productivity trends over time in construction relative to manufacturing and the overall economy. So on the left-hand side, the line chart is showing you how much has there been real gross value added per worker in each of these sectors. And the bottom line there, the orange line, is in the construction sector. And on the right-hand side summarizes the changes in that productivity. And so if you go back to 1950 and you walked onto a construction site, you would see people building homes very much as they're building them today. In the United States, the one big innovation would be the pneumatic air gun, as opposed to using a hammer, people using a nail gun. But otherwise, a carpenter from 1950 could do the job today. If you went into a factory making automobiles, a worker from 1950 wouldn't know what to do in a factory today building cars. So the way we've been building housing hasn't changed. It hasn't taken advantage of productivity increases. So work like the IDB lab to think about how can we build housing in a different way is also necessary. So as we think about the solutions to the housing deficit, we have to think about how do we build simpler houses, how do we build them more simply, and how do we deal with the question of land costs going up? Because ultimately, the problem is fundamentally about income growth that hasn't kept up, but the only tool that we have as housers is how do we address the housing side of the equation. A few more things about affordability, just to highlight the way the market context is shifting. And I assume that this is also similar in other parts of the world as well. This chart is showing you the short run trend in the share of renters who are spending too much of their income on housing. So we had a period after the Great Recession where things got worse. They peaked at the worst point in 2011. And since then, things have gotten marginally better. So now there's slightly fewer renters paying more than half their income for housing than there was. But interestingly and importantly, if we break this down by income group, so this chart is breaking households into three categories of income. Under $25,000, which is very low income, 25 to 50,000, and then 50 to 75,000. So very low, low, and moderate income. Here, if you look at the trend in the share of renters who are spending excessive amounts on housing, rather than getting better over time, particularly for those middle income groups, it's getting worse. And so what's happened in the United States, and I'm sure it's evident elsewhere, is that the problem of housing affordability, which has always been ubiquitous for the poor, is more and more a problem for people who are moderate income. And the importance of that is it changes the politics. Who is it that's advocating for this? And what solutions are they advocating for? And so as we think about housing programs in the United States, more and more the focus is on middle income households, which is important to address. It creates more political support, but it can't come at the expense of solutions for the bottom of the income pyramid as well. One last point having to do with the impact of COVID, and also the fact that underneath all these charts, there are significant racial disparities in these market conditions as well. This chart is showing by income and by race, the share of renters as of 2022 who were behind on their rent. So the United States did a great deal of financial pressure or financial resources to help keep people stably housed, which was largely effective. But we find still people are struggling to pay rent, and it's heavily concentrated among the lowest income groups and among Black and Hispanic renters who are facing this problem at twice the rate as whites. So as we think about issues of these housing affordability issues, there's enormous questions of racial justice embedded in these issues as well. Okay, that's the big picture about affordability. I want to come back to this question about the housing supply deficit. So in the United States, I would say prior to the last 10 years, we've always felt that we can build enough housing. It was just a question of whether or not people could afford it. But what's happened over the last 10 years is suddenly we don't seem to be building enough housing. And here's a very simple illustration of that situation. The top line is showing you the additions to the housing stock each year from new housing units that are placed as well as manufactured housing that's put in the ground. And so each year we build. And then the bottom line there is showing you the number of new households formed each year on net. And you can see that the additions to the housing stock are always in excess of the number of households because we need to replace existing housing each year as well. On average, about 20% higher housing production than household growth in order to accommodate that replacement of that older stock. But look at this chart. Since 2011, those two lines have been coincident, meaning we're building just enough housing to accommodate new household growth. And this has only happened briefly during recessions in the United States. We have never had a period where we have had such an extended period of time where we're not building enough housing. And that's led to a very different conversation in the United States about why. It's also important to understand the nature of that supply that we're not building. This chart is showing you the yellow line are multifamily rental apartments primarily, and the orange line are single family for sale properties. The two lines there are the long-term average production levels for each of those types of housing. And what's notable is that while we see the yellow line, multifamily housing is above average all throughout this period and rising, single family production has been depressed. It's been below long-term average. It recently, during the pandemic, finally got above average and then has fallen sharply in response to the Fed's increase in interest rates. And so much of the housing we're not building has been single-family housing. And this reflects the fact that we had a lot of damage done by the Great Recession that I'll talk about a bit in a minute as well. The other thing we're not doing is building modest housing. So these lines are showing you, the top line is the new homes that are added that are above 1,800 square feet, which are more for established households. The yellow line is for homes that are under 1,400 square feet, the starter home. Back in 2000, we built about half as much of those starter homes as we built of the larger homes, but now we're building only about a third. We're building a fraction of those smaller homes that we used to build. We're also building fewer manufactured homes and fewer condominiums. And so what's happened in the market, again, reflecting land costs and other factors, this entry-level housing is not being built. So the housing shortfall is concentrated among smaller starter homes primarily. So what are the forces behind the supply constraints in the US? The first factor that people point to are regulatory barriers. The fact that cities and towns in the United States are reluctant to allow higher density housing to be built, and so they make it very difficult and costly to build housing. And there's an enormous push now to try to get regulatory relief to allow for higher density housing to be built in more parts of the metropolitan area. The other issue we face is labor shortages. In the early 2000s, we built 2 million homes, and much of that was due to the fact that our labor force expanded rapidly with help from Latin American countries and Mexico, with a lot of migrants coming across to fill our labor force. Those trends in migration have shifted. We no longer have the labor force, and so builders can't hire enough workers to build the housing. As I mentioned earlier, sharp increases in land prices have also made it more difficult to build those modest priced homes. Supply chain issues have come to the fore the last few years. And then lastly is risk aversion by lenders and developers in the wake of the Great Recession. In the United States, when the housing market crashed, the losses were heavily concentrated on builders on the urban fringe. And builders and lenders have been reluctant to go back there, which is where we need to build the starter homes that we need today. So all these factors together have come together to make our housing supply situation much more dire than it has been in our history. And thinking about estimates of the US housing deficit, there have been several estimates that have been coming out lately from various industry groups. The methodology is similar. One thing they do is they say, well, what should the vacancy rate be in a normal market? And what is the vacancy rate today? And we need to add housing to make sure there's a more normal vacancy rate, because with that low vacancy rate, we're getting that price pressure. The other piece of it actually turns out to be more important is how much have housing prices depressed the ability of people to form their own households, particularly young people. And that actually turns out to be a bigger part of the housing deficit. The fact that people are piling into more larger households as a way to avoid housing costs. And the estimates now are from two different sources using similar methodologies we have about 3.8 million shortage of housing units in the United States, which is astounding in a country that prides itself on being able to build homes. Now, mind you, neither of these estimates also include a number of other needs to invest in and rehabilitate the existing housing stock that are important themes for this gathering. So let me touch on those briefly. One is the fact that housing adequacy and whether or not the homes that we have are adequate for people to live in. In the United States, we actually don't think of us as having a significant housing adequacy problem. This chart is showing you the share of units, housing units overall, that are inadequate. And there are two categories here. One is what we call severely inadequate. They lack plumbing, they lack kitchens, they lack heating systems. That's a very small share of the stock, about 2%. The other 3 to 7% of the stock in this time trend are housing units that have numerous problems, such as leaky roofs, systems that break down over time, rodent infestation, and the like. And so you can see that over time, the share of housing in the United States that's inadequate has been falling. It's only now about 5%. Again, most of that is moderate. But I think that we turn a blind eye to that in the United States and don't recognize as much as that 5% is also heavily concentrated among low-income households. So this is showing you those shares that are inadequate by income and by tenure. So more than 10% of very low-income renters face this problem of inadequate housing. So the need to invest in the existing housing stock that we have to bring it up to standard is a part of the deficit that we have not been paying attention to. The other issue, of course, is homelessness and people who are without shelter. This is showing you trends in homelessness as measured in the United States by point-in-time estimates, where people go out in a night in January and try to find everyone who is sleeping either someplace not meant for human habitation, on the streets, in cars, or staying in temporary shelters. We have about 550,000 people in the US on any given night sleeping on the streets or in shelters. And that's a number that we don't incorporate into our housing deficit, but we certainly ought to. Next are issues related to the energy efficiency of the housing stock. So I know this is another theme for this conference, is the need to invest in making homes have a smaller carbon footprint, but also more economical to operate. This is showing you the share of income that people spent on utility, on energy for their housing by income bands. And so for the lowest income households, a fifth of their income goes towards energy costs compared to only about 10% for upper income households. So making investments in homes that are more energy efficient would also be a response to the affordability issue. And this chart is showing us that, in fact, we have made progress. This is showing you by the age of the home, what year it was built. So those are the clusters of bars across the bottom. And then each point in time since 1980, what is the average energy use per square foot for those homes? So if you look on the far left, these are the bars showing you buildings built before 1950. In 1980, when we looked at these homes, they were burning 73,000 BTUs per residential square foot. Those same homes as of 1950, as of 2015, are now only burning 44,000 BTUs. Part of that is because the worst homes have been removed from the stock, but part of that is because we've invested in insulation and better systems. But as you can see, as you move across to the newest homes built, the newest homes are much more energy efficient. So there's an absolute need to continue to invest in the energy efficiency of older homes, both to make them more economical for people, but also to reduce their carbon footprint. And lastly, I'd like to touch on the issue of climate change and disasters and the need to invest in the housing to make it more adapted to climate change. This chart is showing us the number of billion-dollar disasters in the United States related to climate going back to 1990. And you can see this is the progression of the incidence of hurricanes like we're seeing in Florida today, but also coastal flooding from hurricanes, inland flooding from rainfall, fires, hailstorms. And so there's just been a rapid increase in the number of these billion-dollar storms, each of which does enormous damage to the housing stock, each of which requires public investment to recover from those disasters, but all of which calls also for efforts to invest in the housing stock to make the housing more resilient to what we know are coming disasters. And what I don't go into here because of time is the ways in which the most vulnerable households are also the ones at greatest risk from this climate change. So what are the policy responses? And I'm not going to give you a long list of answers. I'm going to talk a bit about what's happening in the United States and really queue up, I think, what will be a very rich conversation over the next 2 days to answer this question. But in the United States, what I would say is that, as I've framed, the big recognition now is that we're not building enough housing overall, and how do we build more housing? And the main culprit that people look to has to do with land use regulation and controls, which are a province of state and local government. As was talked about today, in housing, there's an incredibly important role for various levels of government to coordinate their actions. And now at the state and local level is where a lot of the pressure is to address these barriers. So what can local governments do? A lot of it has to do with zoning, to make more as-of-right development of higher density housing that's well located in order to take advantage of the fact that land is so expensive, and how do we get more economical use of it? Eliminating single-family zoning, which in this country is like religion and motherhood and apple pie, and very difficult to do, but we have so much land that's devoted to low-density housing. We need to change the zoning and allow for redevelopment of that. One way to do that is so-called accessory dwelling units, allowing people to add a small apartment to their single-family home, either in the backyard or in the house, which could add an enormous amount of housing. And places like California have done this and seen a big growth in housing available and a big conversion of existing informal housing into the formal sector. You can increase housing density in exchange for affordability, reducing parking requirements. And then lastly, I think as the IDB Lab referred to, investments and support for innovation in how housing is produced. This is happening particularly in California, modular housing, panelized housing, ways in which we can make housing much more economies of scale and need much less labor to build. And I think the public sector has an important role to play in providing capital to make sure that this risk is borne by the private sector to make these investments and to try these out, because there's always going to be trials and error in adopting these new technologies. But importantly, all of these steps are mainly going to do is help to address the need for modest housing for people with good paying jobs. These are not mitigation steps that are going to supply the housing that we need for the lowest income households. And for that, there's absolutely a need for subsidies. In the US, the federal government has always been the biggest source of these subsidies. And what has happened is that over the last 20 years, the federal government has given up on its role of expanding its support in response to what has been an enormously growing problem. And only 1 in 4 renters in the United States who are eligible for assistance get it, because we don't have enough funding for it. On the production side, I would say there's also been a general sense in the United States that our response to this should be expand vouchers, expand demand side programs. And that has been the easiest to do. It's cheaper in many respects. And because we view ourselves as having enough housing, more efficient way to do it. But in growing recognition of the fact that we don't have enough supply, there's an increasing emphasis on we need more supply side programs. We have a program called the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program, which has been very successful in producing good quality, stable housing, but it only produces 125,000 units a year in a country where we're building 1.2 million. It's only a tenth, when the social sector is bigger than that. And it also is only shallow subsidies. It doesn't really reach the poorest households. So we need to expand our supply side programs greatly in order to respond to this need we have for more well-placed, good housing. The federal government passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which will provide a great increase in spending for retrofits of existing housing to make them more energy efficient. This is a good step, but as my friend Carlos would tell you, it's not enough, and we need to do more. We've also seen more local governments trying to find their own sources of revenue in the absence of a federal role, but the taxing capacity at the local level is limited. And so it's not easy for that level of government to generate the revenue needed to meet the problem. Oh, I thought I had a concluding side, but in conclusion, what I would say is the key facts to take away are we have to remember that this is in many respects an income problem. And so as much as we can try to do things to expand the production of housing, we need to find ways to subsidies and how do you target those subsidies so you're producing good quality housing that's well located, that's resilient. Not an easy task, but I know that you'll do a lot in the next 2 days to come up with something. I can do that, or you could.
Okay. We have to. Max, tenemos dos micrófonos. Podemos hacer la pregunta en español o en inglés.
Spanish or English?
If it's not too difficult.
It's one way to
Thank you so much, and thank you for such a wonderful, comprehensive presentation. You touch upon the issue of climate change, of insurance, or likely burden of insurance in the existing stock, particularly when you consider the geography, the distribution of this, a number of owners or potential number of owners who are going to have their house unaffordable because of the insurance or not having the ability of having. So if you have any estimation and also any thought on which is the role of the federal government in terms of supporting small municipalities. Thank you.
Well, let me take a shot at it. And you can also maybe see Carlos afterwards for a quick question. But you know, this is something that the U.S. financial system has become very concerned about. And I think that's where we're seeing most of the concern now is in the financial system, saying how much risk do banks bear? How much risk do the government-sponsored enterprise bear? And I think, so the estimates are growing. There's more and more, the better data to be able to identify parcel level who's at risk of inundation. I think the financial system may be okay and there's a risk to the financial sector, but that still leaves the homeowners at risk. And so I don't know that we have good answers to how to pay for that. You know, I had a student who did a study in Maine, and you know, they come back or to suffer losses. But often they're also working communities as well. So we have not, I'd say, we're only getting our arms wrapped around the nature of the problem, and we haven't begun to really address the solution. Sure. This is why I have Carlos here, to help me out.
Buenos días.
Y él habla español también.
Yeah. So we have a very complicated insurance system in the United States. We're the only developed country that doesn't have full comprehensive different hazard insurance, which are primarily private-based. The National Flood Insurance Program is the only one that covers one specific hazard, right, related to climate change. So we've had some major change paying for people's underpayments of premiums into the program. So currently what we're experiencing is those sectors that are still privately run, fire damages, other kinds of climate effects, private insurers are pulling out of markets. We just saw the 5th private insurer pull. That private insurance actually does lead to faster rebuilding, faster recovery after disasters. But how much the private insurance industry is willing to take the risk when there isn't a backup from some kind of public sector is going to be a bigger challenge.
And the issue with flood insurance is, as Carlos said, it's been underpriced and sucking from a large number of people. So making sure that insurance doesn't encourage, bad location of housing, while at the same time providing decent protection is the challenge. That's really a hard needle to thread.
The only thing, pricing policies based on different kinds of risks. So for flooding, we definitely know that a large portion of people who should have national flood insurance have not taken them up, either because they're not required, because they don't have mortgages on their properties. This is the mortgages on their property, so they weren't required to have insurance. So it's an ongoing dilemma that we have.
Other questions?
Usted dijo que uno de los problemas principales
You said that one of the main
era
issues
el tipo de acción pública que se
was
limitaba a los
the
vouchers y
type
los
of
subsidios.
public
Si no
action
entendí mal,
involving
entonces hay
vouchers
casos
or
que simplemente
subsidies.
garantizar producción
And these don't allow
Eso
you
genera
the
una inconsistencia
sufficient
porque
capability
había
to
más
guarantee
vouchers y subsidios que de producción y
the
eso
situation.
genera
So this related to the efficiency of these vouchers and subsidies, and also it was also due to the economy. Are we talking about financial? I mean, we're talking about financial assets that acquire a great deal of wealth. And so a lot of stakeholders are putting a lot of money into acquiring this growth in Europe and even in Chile. One distortion factor in the productive capacity and the resources involved is something that is flowing quite a bit, that we don't have a clear-cut understanding of it all.
Great, thank you very much for that. So what we find is that low-income households will get a voucher and then they can't find a housing unit to use it on. And so you can put money through those programs, but if there isn't the housing there, and if that housing isn't well located, that did you want to clarify? Or is that okay? On the investor side, I think we are in a very different situation with the amount of capital flowing into housing and especially in the United States, is that the availability of data is allowing investors to identify opportunities to buy properties that in the back 20 years ago, you'd have to get in your car and drive around a neighborhood to find the capital to buy that. And so the degree of speculation in housing, I think, is astronomical. And it is in the past, there were a number of investors in housing. Some in this country, we're seeing more owner occupants being bid out by investors who have access to lower cost capital and can be moved more quickly. But we're also trying to push rents. They would maximize rents. They wanted a stable source of income. They often had relationships with the tenants. And now we're seeing much more speculative activity where capital is seeking to push rents to the highest level possible and without regard to the well-being of the household. So the question, I think, for public policy is, what do you do about that? We don't have very many good tools to tell people that they can't invest. We're a capitalist society. But I think what that means is that we need to expand the social sector. We need to make sure that there are socially motivated investors who are interested in the social well-being of renters, who have access to capital, who can play a role in that market, as it is to a private investor. But I think you're right. I think there are changes in this market happening where housing is becoming increasingly speculative in a way that is resulting in higher rents and more displacement. And I think policy has not yet gotten in front of how to respond to that. You're asking a very important question.
No tenemos mucho más tiempo, pero voy a dar las dos preguntas que están acá.
Don't
Si las
have too
pueden
much
hacer
time, but we have two more
seguidas,
questions. If you
y así
could ask them one after the other, and then you can answer. Who'd like to ask the questions, please?
Cris, gracias por la presentación.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation.
¿Qué programas tienen en los
What
Estados
programs
Unidos
do
para
you
el
have here in the United
ingreso
States for that
inmigrantes que
universe
existen
of migrants
en este país?
that are
Programas
present in
destacados,
this country? Do you have
no
any
los tienen?
specific programs, or do you not have any?
And thank you very much also, Mr. Herbert, for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. What we've been doing in Barbados, because we recognize that in Barbados, and what we have done is we have added photovoltaic systems to our affordable housing. So it means that the feed-in tariff has been so skewed that for very small houses that have a house, then that the person inhabiting the house has to pay less for the cost of their housing. And that has been working very, very successful for us. And I'm asking, the question is, are you looking at a definitive feed-in tariff for photovoltaic systems so that people have better access to affordable housing by virtue of having the revenue coming from their roof?
I'm not aware of any, well, let me answer this question first, and then, I would say that we do not have programs aimed at migrants, that for the most part, our housing assistance is, first of all, is aimed at U.S. residents and not necessarily at migrants from other countries. It's often left to the private sector, to the employers to provide that housing, and the result is inadequate conditions. And so it's a real failure, I would say, of the U.S. system that we do not, we need to have a better immigration policy to support migrants who we need to fill the jobs that are going unfilled. And part of that is to have legal entry, and secondly, to provide support such as housing. But as the U.S. does not have a system, I would say, to do this now. And in terms of the photovoltaics, we have state by state, mostly in the United States, there are some federal subsidies for solar panels. They tend to be tied to taxes, and so therefore they are of greater value to higher income households. In individual states, again, there are incentives, but for the most part, they are they're going to benefit people like myself. So I have a solar array on my house. It costs $21,000 to install. I had to pay that up front. I got $7,000 back in a tax credit, but that also meant that I had to have that tax liability. And then I get paid over time. In Massachusetts, you can sell your excess energy and you can get money for it. So I've made out very well from having this, but I had to have the money up front. I have to have the tax liability. I believe in the new Infrastructure Act, there is money to provide targeted support for solar credits that are more geared towards lower income households. But the upfront cost is so high that you need to have programs that are really tailored to provide significant upfront to be able to make sure people can then benefit over time. And we don't have those well developed in the U.S.
We have one more question right there.
All right. I think it'll come out if you talk.
Thank you very much for your
Hello?
Yep.
There you are. So as it relates to the income and affordability gap, I didn't hear you talk much about the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the affordability side and the rising costs caused by the supply chain challenges because of the pandemic. That's one issue. Secondly, while we know that subsidies are one of the best ways to help in terms of affordability, we have several programs in Guyana. For example, we have zero-rated all of the locally produced building materials. We've removed all of the taxes from cement, and we don't see the corresponding the benefit being transferred to homeowners because prices are going up every day. So while we have these subsidies, we don't see that benefit being transferred to homeowners, especially for the starter units.
Yeah, on the first question about COVID, I had that one slide that was a tip of the hat towards the issue. Obviously, we could do a whole presentation on it. COVID-19 had an enormous economic impact on households, particularly lower income households. That chart that I showed the share of renters who were behind based on income and race, and we found that a substantial impact on people of color, particularly Black and Latino households in the U.S. who lost income, who fell behind on rent. The U.S. did spend an enormous amount of money to prop up renters. We spent $40 billion on emergency rental assistance. And to put that in perspective, that's more than we spend in a given year on vouchers for all of the demand side program we have. It was, the Democrats were in position to do that. So it was an enormously generous support for renters. There was challenges getting it out initially, but ultimately, based on data on evictions being tracked by the eviction lab at Princeton University, we can see that evictions have been coming back up towards levels pre-pandemic, but only slowly. So we actually did a fairly good job in this country of supporting renters. Not all renters, many renters certainly lost their homes as well, but much better than would have been expected given the degree of the calamity. I think the issue for us as a country is that we did a number of things to support renters, to support homeowners. Homeowners who were facing a loss of income, the government said, you can stop making payments for as long as you've had the loss of income. And then when your income is back, you can start making payments again, and we'll just tack the missing payments onto the end of your mortgage. And that did an enormous benefit to keep homeowners housed as well. So can we now incorporate those lessons about the kind of supports needed in a time of crisis into normal policy? Because while COVID was a big crisis for the whole country, the whole world, there are other crises that happen all the time to low-income people that are not COVID-related, but are significant crises. Your other question about the passing along to homeowners of these subsidies, not knowing the situation entirely, there are two factors that come to mind. The first is that a lot of what happens in housing, when demand goes up and there's not enough supply, land values capture that benefit. And so it's the landowner who probably would get the benefit of the fact that when I sell my house, I can sell it for whatever. So the subsidy will flow to the landowner. So what you need to do is to somehow get control of the land to restrict it and how much the rent can go. In order to get those subsidies, you have to restrict how much rent you can pay or how much you can sell it for. Otherwise, it'll flow to the landowner. The other thing that can happen is that if you have a broad market and you only have a subsidy for a small part of it, the broad market still sets the price. And so you can't control the overall price. One of the concerns we have about the adoption of more efficient means of producing housing, if I'm the only factory owner who makes a new means of making housing and I can make housing much more cheaply, I can still sell it for the same price as the inefficient factory and make more money. And so that efficiency, again, won't go to the homeowner, it will go to the factory owner. So we have to think about, from a policy point of view, either you make those benefits widely available to bring down prices for everyone, or you have to find some way to capture that benefit so it goes to the homeowner and not just to the supplier, land, or the factory. It's a complicated business. But that's why we're here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a Chris. Tenemos ahora un
Thank you
coffee
so
break
much, Chris. We have a
para las
coffee
personas que
break
están
coming up.
en sala.
For those of you who are inside the room, you can find your coffee outside the room. For those of you who are online, we're taking 15 minutes. We'll see you at 10 minutes to 11. We'll start with our first panel. Thank you.
Bien, estamos listos.
Are we ready?
Bienvenidos de nuevo.
Welcome back,
Bienvenidos de nuevo a todos. Bienvenidos a los que nos acompañan.
all of you who are also online with
Estamos listos
us.
para comenzar de
We're
nuevo
ready
con
to start
nuestro
again
primer panel.
with our first panel.
Quiero darle la bienvenida
I would like
a
to
nuestro primer
welcome
panel
our first
llamado
panel,
Incentivos para la atención del déficit habitacional.
Incentives for attention for the housing deficit. I would like to welcome Tatiana Gallego, who is our housing and urban development sector head. She will introduce the members of the panel, and welcome, Tatiana.
Muchas gracias, Luis Manuel.
Thank you, Luis Manuel.
Este es nuestro primer panel, nuestra primera
This is our first session of the day, our first panel, and during this first session we will concentrate not to evaluate, but at least look for innovative experiences, successful experiences that are global in the region as well. This session is divided in two parts. The first part will have two exceptional presenters. We have Avenu Karna. I would like Renu to please come to the podium. She is the president of the International Union for the Financing of Housing. And then after Renu, we also have Maria Teresa Morales, who will give us a screenshot of the conditions and the experiences that we have had in our region. She is Director of Operations for Latin America and the Caribbean in Habitat for Humanity. Welcome, Maria Teresa, as well. In the second part of this session today, we will also have three policymakers who will be with us today and will share their experiences in their respective countries. To start off with, we have Carlos Montes. If you would kindly come to the podium. He is the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning in Chile. We also have Alfredo dos Santos. Alfredo, who is the Minister of Housing for the Ministry for Housing Development in Brazil. And then we have Tania Hualchacón, who is the Minister of Housing, Sanitation in Peru.
¿Sabías que 120 millones de personas de América
Did you know 120 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean still live in informal settlements? About 90% of our investment in public housing is for new housing that only solves a small part of the problem. The time has come to rethink the present and look to the future. Let's think of new ways to give access to people to affordable housing with practical, focused, and relevant solutions that are adapted to demographic changes in our region and respond to climate change. How can we upscale public and private participation in order to address housing shortages? How can we strengthen our cities so we can deal with climate change? What other participatory tools can help us reduce this gap? Come with us. Let's explore these questions together and find solutions that will help us build a better future. We hope that these inspiring experiences will be useful to you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'll just, this is on too, is it?
You can consider or stand.
No, I would rather stand and this, I just do this? Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for having me on this panel. I stand here also, not only as the president, Tatiana, of the International Union of Housing Finance Societies, but more from what I do in my real life, which is I am the managing director of Housing Development Finance Corporation, the first company that ever started mortgages. I'm okay? You saying something? No, okay. Started mortgages in India and still play a very active role. I've been asked to talk more about South Asia. And the good thing about coming to such conferences is you realize that you're not the only one who's in trouble. The whole world is in trouble, including the US. And that's something actually, we for 44 years, we've been trying to model ourselves or trying to do everything that the US did, because they all said housing, mortgages to GDP in the US used to be 68 and 70%, and there was no housing problem. And it's so unfortunate. I have no glee in this fact, but that even a country like US is having problems. So what about us and the developing countries? It's been a very challenging period for all of us, as we all know. We've had not only economic forces, but really uneconomic issues that have risen not because of the economy, but otherwise that have really set us back. COVID, as we all know, countless variants, they keep coming, and you're always fearful. Sitting in these gatherings, there's somebody said they put on a mask and took off a mask. I think you're doing this every day because you don't know which one is lurking around the corner. And I wonder really what happens to people who live in the affordable housing areas that all of us are so familiar with, where actually in one room you'll have maybe as many as 6-8 people sleeping. So I really dread to think how they managed when COVID was at its peak. Of course, things like the Russian-Ukraine war, all these things also I should change this, right? I'm so bad at this. It should also have also sort of added to it. You're seeing a lot of, particularly for India, China was a problem because from China we were getting so many things for construction. We were getting all the semiconductors, everything practically stopped. So the impact of COVID-19 has actually affected the poorest the most. IMF estimates that between 2019 and 2021, the average income of people in the bottom 40% of global income distribution fell by 2.2%, while for the top 40, which in any case must be so high, actually fell by just 0.5, which obviously didn't make much difference to them. During the pandemic, millions feared being evicted or having their homes foreclosed, and I'm sure this happened everywhere. Their ability to make a housing payment was in question. Fortunately, several governments across the globe came out with a variety of policies and debt relief programs to help ease the burden of some of these. Today's panel is a discussion on incentives that can be implemented to address housing deficit, and it is an extremely pertinent issue, and we've been discussing this since morning. Increased urbanization is putting a huge pressure on all housing markets, particularly the affordable housing market. The World Bank estimates that 55% of the world's population resides in urban areas, and they expect this population by 2030 to go up to 1.6 billion. And it's going to be really a nightmare, not only for housing, but for infrastructure, for water, for electricity, and what we've been talking on all the other panels. Before I talk about India, I'll just talk a little on what we've seen for the last 10 years happen in the South Asian areas around us. I think there has been a huge and a strong commitment by all the governments, and I have them all there, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, to tackle these shortages. South Asian countries are actually very keen to meet the UN's Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 11, which aims that by 2030, we'll be able to ensure access to adequate and safe and affordable housing. Doesn't seem so easy anymore, especially with with what we've seen during COVID. Bangladesh has deepened the housing finance market when the Financial Institutions Act was enacted in 1993, which basically allowed private sector mortgage players to come in. And by 2012, the government employees who were there earlier were, they used to get housing loans, but the loans were at much higher rates. Those loans they subsidized to 5%. But I guess, unfortunately, it was only for the government employees, not for the others. Local experts also suggested that NGOs get more involved. So there's an NGO called Arban. I think it was one of the first NGOs to pilot a successfully low-income urban housing project in Bangladesh. They built an apartment complex, very small as yet, but in Mirpur, Dhaka, for 42-member households. Pakistan, the focus is providing subsidies and government-built housing units. It's estimated that the demand for urban housing in the urban housing in Pakistan, the shortage is 3 million. And I believe, the land prices, so many things that have been talking by the other panelists actually are so applicable in most of South Asia. Pakistan's government introduced the National Housing Policy, which focused on enabling an atmosphere to boost the housing sector. Recently, in 2018, Pakistan adopted the Naya Pakistan Housing Program. Naya, the translation of Naya means new, the new Pakistan Housing Program, to add 5 million units in 5 years. In this program, the State Bank of Pakistan will advance loans to housing sector at affordable rates. In Sri Lanka, the government has been at the forefront of achieving well-defined development targets. And they have also had a national housing policy in 2014, where they've been actually using local municipalities. So this was a third way that they were doing, using the help of local municipalities, and they were who were very proactive in developing housing projects. I think Sri Lanka actually is one of the only countries in our area, in our side of the world, who have surpassed the MDGs. Housing challenges continue to be the same. For instance, in Bangladesh, what you see between Dhaka and other parts of the country, the inequities are huge. Migrants are coming into cities, and due to this, the population has grown from 1 million to 20 million in Dhaka, of which 84% are migrants. Bangladesh is reluctant about public housing programs. We have been trying to work with them from HDFC, and the task is transferred to real estate developers to unlock land values through market activities. These always actually don't work in the affordable segment. They're very good for middle income, but I'm not sure that they work in the affordable segment, because private initiative for the very economically poor people actually just, results in, the builders buying land, sitting on land, and escalating land prices. As a result of this, there's only 30% of households in Dhaka own a home, while the remaining 70% live in rental housing. In Pakistan, the housing market is, of course, underdeveloped, as I mentioned, and the mortgage to GDP ratio is just 0.23. In India, when HDFC started 44 years ago, it used to be 4%, but with the initiatives of entities like us and others who came in, it's now gone up to 11%. So just see the comparison. I think even Bangladesh is better than them, which is at 3%. So there's a long way to go. One of the key challenges in Sri Lanka faces in affordable housing is that only 20%, I mean, that's a really low number, earners have regular employment, which really restricts majority of them to access any formal credit whatsoever. Now turning to India. Oh, I forgot I had to change these. So sorry. Housing shortage in India is immense. It's huge. It is estimated to be 29 million. The professor from Harvard was talking about the US, but India, it is 29 million is the housing shortage. And we are, of course, hugely, rapidly urbanizing. Today, as we speak, about 34% of our people live in cities. It is expected that by 2030, 40% of Indians will be living in urban areas. So realizing this, the government of India has done quite a bit to see how they can aid in helping the housing shortage come down. I think the first program that they started was called, okay, I'll translate it for you later. It's the housing program for all called the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which actually means the Prime Minister's program for housing. And one of the things that they did very, very successfully under the PMIY was something what they called a credit-linked subsidy. And how this worked was that if you were not a homeowner, and if you were of a certain income category, and you were going to buy a home which was small, which was 60 meters, not larger than 60 meters, you were eligible to get a housing subsidy of 200,000 rupees. Please don't convert it to dollars because it'll feel like peanuts, okay? But for the Indian system, it's not small. And you were going to get that, you get that subsidy upfront. So whatever your housing price is, and of course you have to take a loan for that, because the way they did it is, India being such a large company, they did it through the lending institutions, through the banking system. So if you took a loan, you got this money upfront in the beginning, so your EMIs came down, the installments that you paid for your home loans came down. This really worked so well. This was the first time, that they started, and unfortunately, because it was a subsidy, and subsidies always have an amount and there's a limit to it, this year they actually stopped that. And there's a lot of clamor from all of the people who are interested in housing that they should bring it back. Just us, my company, which is HDFC, we funded 420,000 people under the CLSS scheme, which was the highest in India, much higher than the state bank, which is a central bank. But this one really ticked. And I think this is one of the things that if governments do have the funds for a short period, for a limited period, not open-ended, it works because it spurs people to go and buy those homes. Otherwise, they're sitting and waiting for the prices to come down or the rates of interest to come down. The second was, what they did was, again, like most countries, public housing. That's it? Okay, I have to go very fast. Developers, developers can avail benefits where developers, the projects were given the status of infrastructure, which really meant that the profits that they made on these projects, they were going to get 100% deduction. And I think this was again very unusual for the government to give up taxes and to give up income on profits. The most important one, which we talked about, and I think the BID technical people talked about, was digitalization. I think that has really worked so well in India. India had, we had very few people who had bank accounts. The Prime Minister started a drive for people to get bank accounts. With the bank accounts, they had an identification, like, the US takes an identification number for granted. We didn't have it, and we have 1.2 billion people. It was one of the most successful, teams that the teams put up, was where now practically everybody has what we call an Aadhaar card. So there was the card, there was the bank account, and then there were the mobile phones. The mobile phones, telephony has completely changed the way people borrow. Over that, we had the India Stack, which was the unified payment interface system. And over that, we had what we call how you check a person, whether, frauds are such a big thing in housing. So it was, how do you do eKYC, sitting at home to make sure that that person, is who he is. A locker for where your documents could be kept safely. I think all these things came into being, and what we call the India Stack started gaining momentum. I think this was the biggest game changer for getting the lowest category of people at least access to financial help. Whether they take it or not was different. Sorry, I keep forgetting to do this. This is the JAM Trinity I talked about. Then we also talked about, so in addition to that, the government also came up with a lot of liquidity measures. Housing finance institutions got loans at very low rates, but to be directed to be lent only to the affordable sector. During COVID, we had a moratorium of 6 months, which really meant if you've taken a loan and you've not paid for it, For 6 months, the bank, otherwise the banks get after everyone, the banks did not have to, treat them as non-performing loans. So I think that was a big thing because people got those 6 months not to pay. And those 6 months actually during COVID period helped people to get their lives back, to be able to, feed their children, of course, and get their businesses on time, on track. Restructuring was another thing that they did, which was eligible corporates or eligible, the hotel industry, the aviation industry, the leisure industry was absolutely devastated. So for that, again, they did some bit of, reduction in terms of the payments that they had to pay out. So this is about my company, and which is first company that we set up in 1977. The World Bank and Aga Khan set it up. We funded about 10 million homes till now. 64% of our people are first-time home loan buyers. And I think the women in this crowd will be happy to see 70% of the homes disbursed are where women are owners. And I think that is something I feel personally very proud of. We have programs that we reach out to the informal sector. And we were one of the first ones who started to actually participate in microfinance, housing finance companies, which were involved with microfinance for housing. Okay. Again, I'll skip this. This was our response to digital response to COVID. Actually, if we didn't have all of this, I don't know, what would have happened to our company. We today write something like 65,000 mortgages every month. And, it would be impossible. We operate out of 2,500 locations. The only way we could do it is because we were able to use technology and digital very well. India has something like 21 official languages. I personally don't understand the language that is spoken in the south of India, so it's so disparate. So we have, our website is in 7 languages. So again, the reason I'm talking about this is to say that technology is becoming so much more important, for us to be able to succeed. Some suggested reforms, then we need them in India. I don't know how much of the people here need them, but digitization of land records, 5 minutes. Digitization of land records is very important, 2 minutes, okay, I see you. Okay, is so important. It goes a long way today, particularly for properties that have been, owned through ancestors. In India, that happens. Your grandfather owned a property. You come for a loan, you don't have a document because nobody has a document. So I think a lot of the people here would most probably vibe with what I'm saying here. So digitalization of land records, creating of a central repository for land records, very important. Promoting rental housing, I think that is another very important thing that we need to do. In India, we don't have rental housing because people get into a house and they just don't leave. In Mumbai itself, we have something like 100,000 homes that are locked. People are not willing to rent them out because the tenancy laws are very, very pro-tenant, right? Third one, and people have already talked about it, so I won't talk, environment, the ESG piece that is so important these days. We really need to make sure that all the homes that we are actually looking at and the technology that we are using, we need to make sure that they're environmentally friendly. Women, again, we have to make sure that women and girls are safe, and which is the biggest problem, I don't know in your countries, but in developing countries, women and young girls have to be very safe. I think we have funded actually the IFC and AIIB, Asian Development Bank. They actually have lines where we actually have, drawn down something like $800 million only to be lent to people and to be lent to individuals who are actually practicing the ESG norms. Technology again, we've all talked about technology, but technology in property and how to build fast, I think is most important for us in India at least. It may take sometimes 2.5, 3 years to build a home. And that's why we need to have technology which can be used quickly, and I think we need to learn. And last but not all, I've got my colleague here from the Mortgage Guarantee Program here somewhere. And I think insurance, both in terms of ensuring the mortgage payment. And also, as somebody else talked, my friend there talked about what happens when there are floods. The poor have no insurance. They can just not rebuild. I think some of the things we need to have in place, for all of us to be able to get to that dream that we talk about, that, we have housing for all globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Renu, for those inspiring words. I'm going to ask you, to please keep your questions, for a few more minutes whilst we hear Maria's presentation next, and then we'll pick up questions, after for both the panelists after Maria's presentation. Go ahead. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Let's see, this is working. Working, right? Está trabajando. Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Is it working? I think so. Good morning, everyone. I must confess that I'm feeling a bit strange now after the pandemic, being here in person. This is my first in-person forum. I feel like I'm in a movie, honestly. So I think it's going to be interesting to spend these 2 days here. And today, I want to tell you about some of the problems we face, and some of the panelists and others, especially the IDB representatives, have mentioned these. But I'll give you a brief summary, and then we'll talk about some of the root causes of these issues and try to look at this through a different lens, because part of innovation is a diagnosis by looking at something through a new lens. It's not just technological solutions or financing, it's also how we look at a problem and how we diagnose it. Let's see. We've already seen these indicators. We know that 45% of homes in Latin America have some sort of housing deficit, and that 82% of the population lives in cities. Again, 120 million people live in informal settlements, but 94% of those people who live in cities have some sort of deficit in their housing. And we've talked about different types of deficits: access to water or sanitation, or materials that are deficient, or security, overcrowding, etc. And our response, 90% of our investment regarding this problem goes to new full housing units, and that this doesn't seem to make sense. This graph, when I was studying this graph and after the presentation by our colleague from Harvard, I thought indicators in the US are so amazing, my goodness. To build this graph, we had to find information from different sources because we just don't have this data available easily in the region. That's one of our challenges. But anyway, what this graph tells us is that we can confirm that most of the deficit in the region is qualitative in nature. The red part is the qualitative deficit in the various countries, except for Trinidad. It's the only country in the region that has a different proportion with a bigger quantitative deficit. Let's look at some of the root causes. There's high inequality in terms of land availability. That's one of our problems. And the people with greater inequality in this regard have higher deficits. Also, gender inequality, it's the same result. Where there is greater gender segregation, these countries have a larger housing shortages. Poverty as well. Poverty rates have a big impact, as well as the political context. But this analysis of root causes, and there are many more causes, but the analysis is important, not just so we are familiar with what the problems are, but also because this will help us design potential solutions, and we'll talk about that. But in addition to root causes, since we like to mix it up in this region, we have certain tensions that make this deficit worse. We have COVID, not a surprise to anyone. That's deepened the deficit in Latin America as well as in all countries in the world. The climate crisis as well, and then migration, urbanization, and corruption. And when we talk about the climate crisis, it's important to highlight one aspect, and I liked the IDB's presentation about this, because the climate crisis exacerbates the deficit, but it can also generate opportunities, and that's important to bear in mind. Let's remember that in our region, we have two high impact areas in terms of climate crisis: the Caribbean islands, of course, and we are going through it now. There was a hurricane that affected the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, and this happens every year. But we have other areas as well that are constantly being affected. This is the dry corridor from Chiapas, Mexico to Guanacaste, Costa Rica. This is home to 20 million people, and it is constantly being affected by heavy rainfall or extreme droughts. And what does this mean? Over 10 million small farmers in that area are losing their harvest all the time, their house, their access to water and sanitation, and governments have to reinvest in those territories. Taking this climate crisis into account and how it affects each country can help us greatly in designing our policies and solutions. But I wanted to add something here. In addition to these issues, we're talking about supply. And in this regard, we need to look at our target population, because we always assume it's like a big homogeneous group with all the same needs, but that's not the case. The base of the pyramid in Latin America represents over 50% of the population in the region. It's a population with income below $9 per day, but it's not a homogeneous group. There's a part of that base of the pyramid that can take out a microcredit or even a very small mortgage, a micromortgage, but there's another part that cannot, but they are willing to open up a bank account. This population at the base of the pyramid represents 70% of the housing deficit in the region. They build in a progressive way. They're already doing it without technical support or financial support. They do it on a daily basis. We have them here right now, people building progressively.
So people are getting a property title, but one advantage or opportunity, because to every issue we can find an opportunity. This population is now investing every day, and we estimate that they invest approximately $56 billion per year in improving their homes. Now, clearly, they're investing more because they don't have any technical or financial support available. And the improvement capability for these families is something that we will see every day in the new neighborhoods that we see in many countries when we see important settlements continue to grow. Now, how can we design, and one of the key challenges that I believe we'll be discussing during this forum is how we can design better products for this target population that now has a face, that now has some capabilities, preferences, and needs, because generally speaking, we only focus on one item, which is the needs, but we've never taken into account preferences and capabilities that they may or may not have. That's the lack of recent experience in managing this, but okay, the issues and this profile for the target population poses some challenges, namely subsidy programs, more focused or targeted subsidy programs directed at this population that has a face, that has capabilities and preferences. Subsidies, like any product, need to be defined in accordance with the target audience that they're geared for. Subsidy programs, not just for single-family homes, but also for improvement programs that need to be supported by neighborhood improvement programs. We cannot set aside this other concept because we're leaving a lot of people behind if we don't include it. Another thing relates to the issue of innovation. in housing solutions, construction materials, design and support services, but additionally instruments that will facilitate the closing of the gap between the supply and demand. We need more innovation for banking products that include, or rather that focus on inclusion, and this could represent a complete change to the rules. We have a number of schema in place that basically exclude a very large portion of the pyramid. We need to focus on inclusion. We need to do away with the paradigm. We need to engage in information exchange, and we need to address different issues beyond merely having property. Now I'd like to discuss some of these examples. The good news is that some of these challenges that we all face have already seen some responses in the region, and we have some success cases and models. This is one model, a subsidy and housing loan focused on women. They use this in El Salvador and Costa Rica, and the programs are Casa Mujer and Crecer Mujer. And these are programs where women get a low interest loan for a home. Now, this is a very innovative model. It's in Uruguay, and it has stood out as an innovative product within the lending arena. So this isn't just for the acquisition of a home, but also for rental properties as well. It's another excellent example of a successful program. This is a private program, private subsidy called 100,000 pesos para jugar. This is a proposal that was developed between the international cement manufacturers at the international level. And this focuses on poor people, specifically women. And we're talking about millions of people here. But we're trying to close or reduce the deficit or housing deficit through this program, through this private program. At first, we focused or targeted women living under conditions of extreme poverty, but we weren't just focusing on progressive home ownership, but also bankerization, because nobody's going to give a loan to somebody who's living on a pile of dirt. We have other really interesting examples of successful programs in Chile, Casa Digna, which is a home improvement program, and the other program is Chile Apoya Tu Comuno. This is a home improvement program that is supported also by a neighborhood improvement program, and this is key. Now let's talk about some innovations. I don't have much time left, but this is an interesting innovation that I wanted to share with you when we talk about technology innovation. This is called Vecina 8. And this is a resin that you can add to any concrete. And in fact, this is marketed in every segment of the population, not just the population at the base of the pyramid. This is available to everyone. This is an example of a development in Costa Rica, Valle Azul, where they built 102 housing units, and we processed or recycled 90 tons of that, the so-called tragic plastic that we get from oceans and other areas that can't be recycled. And these are materials that can be converted into other building materials, and they don't have a significant cost attached to them. This is a water and sanitation project in Peru, and it's a rainwater capture system. This is an excellent example of how, through rainwater collection, we can extend these programs to more distant rural areas. In addition to these technology examples, I'm just going to briefly cover two mobile application examples that were already mentioned. IDB Lab mentioned the smartphone app possibility is a key program. This is one program that we do with the Mexican cement manufacturers, but it's also an application whereby families can get guidance on their housing building process. And all of this information is available on the SEDATU website in Mexico. And so this could have a huge impact on the sector. This is a brief example of an initiative, an NGO, much like other organizations, where they had $10 million worth of resources to finance housing programs all over the world. This fund provides loans, microloans, to those who are developing loan programs for home improvement or water sanitation projects as well. This is an administrative fund. It has $100 million for the entire world, which is not that much, but it can lead to a great deal of impact. And with this fund, we were able to leverage the fund and take it to $1 billion. And thanks to the fact that financial institutions can access this fund to undertake these types of projects, we were able to build that fund. Lastly, this is an example from Peru called Guardián Constructor. It's also an app where we bring together supply and demand, and this facilitates people at the bottom end of the pyramid to have access to housing or home improvement guidance. So UHPH is an exchange knowledge platform where key stakeholders, the IDB included, takes part, and through which we can engage in information sharing of experiences, conducting roundtable discussions, and discuss potential solutions for different issues. Now, there are many more examples, and we don't have time to list them all, but these are very small examples that demonstrate that these challenges are already developing solutions, and we can learn a great deal from them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria. We have time for one or two questions. I don't know if somebody wants to capitalize on the presence of Reno and Maria to venture a question.
J'ai juste besoin de savoir quels sont les taux pratiqués pour le microcrédit pour le.
I'd like to know what the rates are for your program.
La ministra Oriol nos ha preguntado, le gustaría saber cuáles son las tasas
The question was, what rates are being applied by the fund in their loan programs, Maria? Well, the Microbuild Fund is a private fund, and the rates that apply depend on the country risk level. So this depends not only on the potential clients and where they reside. So Microbuild is a presence in different countries in Latin America, and the rates change based on the risk that exists in each country. But I would say that they don't go above 7.5%. But this is for microfinancing institutions. And then these microfinancing institutions create or design their own fund. And the Microbuild Fund had non-revolving funds to be able to contribute to these programs that help those people that operate in the bottom part of the pyramid. Thank you very much, Minister Orion, for your question. And thank you to Maria. Any other questions? Paloma.
Thank you. My question is for Renu.
And as Maria Teresa mentioned, there is all this housing deficit also for the base of the pyramid is informal population that doesn't even have credit scoring. And if I understood in your presentation, you mentioned about a program that is target to informal population. Could you talk a little bit more about how it works? Thank you.
Yes, I think the first most important point that was required was to get an identification. With our population so high, how do you identify a person? There was a huge, it took about 3 years for each and every Indian to get an identification card, So that started. With it started the opening of bank accounts, because how do you transfer money? Even the subsidies were not reaching people because there were middlemen who would take the subsidies away. So that was the second thing they did. And the most important thing, which actually in India, landline revolution for telephones was literally leapfrogged by mobile telephony. So, and mobile telephones, the government made sure were very cheap. You could get them for as little as 2,000 rupees, right? So I think all these three got together, and the person got an identity, you could track him, you could then, lend to him. Till now, that was the biggest problem. How do you lend to the lowest category? Having said that, Paloma, let me tell you, all this is very good up to a certain level. Beyond a certain level, where people actually don't even have, money for 3 square or 2 square meals a day, that government has to step in. They have to come up with housing, which is, rental housing, very low rental housing, with the amenities and more in situ, development. Because land, like we all talked earlier, is very expensive in India. But they're all sitting on a piece of land. So there's a huge program where developers are allowed to actually redevelop these lands, give the current people who are living there whatever area they have, plus a little more, and use the rest to sell in the open market. So a lot of cross-subsidization is happening. It's done very well in some cities, but then India is such a large country. What works in Mumbai may not work in Calcutta. So these are the issues that we have.
I would like to direct my question to you. And you spoke about the credit link subsidy under the Prime Minister's program, and it seemed to have worked very, very well. Can you say what would be the reason why they would have stopped such a program? I find that within our context, sometimes some of our programs are personality driven, and politically driven. When one is out, then the program is stopped, and the evaluation that is required to ensure that it is truly assessed and its efficacy be accepted is not done. I don't know if this is the case with the program that you spoke of. Can you elaborate?
So the numbers are mind-boggling because it took off so well. And I think one of the mistakes, and I hate to say it in India, but I can say it here, was that they also covered middle income. And they needn't have done that, because I think middle income has access to formal lending, and there was no need to subsidize. But I think the Prime Minister had a goal that he wanted housing for all by a particular period, and so he actually pushed that. He's still the same Prime Minister, and he's very passionate about it, and he's done a lot of things. But at the end of the day, subsidizing is very difficult for the number of people that we did about 400,000, 420,000, which was about 20% of the total scheme. So if somebody is a good mathematician, if you work backwards, it was a huge amount that the government had to pay. Who knows, for the economically weaker sections and what we call low income, I think they may just come back. But it really worked and also because there was a time limit, as I mentioned. Everybody was in a rush to get it because they extended it 3 times from March 19 to March 20, then eventually 22. So and we're hoping that at least for certain levels they should bring it back. But the personality, Mr. Modi, is there, and he was the vision behind it, still there.
Thank you. Tenemos una pregunta más. Creo que esta va a tener que ser la última, pero
I think we have one more question. I believe it'll have to be the last one.
No, aquí.
But let's get a mic over here to this person.
Muchas gracias. Para María
Thank you very
Teresa,
much.
¿cuál ha sido el nivel de análisis para la elegibilidad y cuáles son los criterios para el fondo que usted comentaba? Sí, ¿qué nivel de educación financiera, qué nivel de inclusión financiera tiene? Si existiría alguna capacitación preliminar como para poder escoger qué los sujetos de crédito sean obviamente revisados, identificados para el desembolso y el nivel de morosidad.
Bueno, este fondo, como es un fondo segundo piso, ¿verdad? Es un fondo que presta instituciones de microfinanzas, iba acompañado de asistencia técnica. En ese proceso de asistencia técnica se diseñaba un producto de microfinanzas para vivienda, tomando en cuenta las
microloan programs and products, taking into account the different elements. It's important to consider all the considerations in designing these loan products, and you need to ascertain what the capability is. What is the price? What is the process? What types of requirements that need to be included in the process? How do we train credit officers to provide adequate follow-up and due diligence to the loan? And how do we train them to place these loans properly? What are the positioning strategies and what have you? So we had to undertake a product design program with the market analysis included certain target goals. We designed the program, then we would launch it. In the end, we had successful results in almost all the countries. In some cases, due to regulatory issues, we had to stop the program. Some countries limit the interest rates, and when we see any limits placed on interest rates, we start seeing that products can't be profitable. So this project looked at the demand characteristics, but it also assessed the supply side in terms of the number of institutions that have the capability and wherewithal to work with us. So we designed, in some cases, some training programs for financial institutions, but we also provided training to the target customer and focused on financial education. In fact, we designed and developed an entire platform to be able to provide financial education services. 4.5. In answer to your question.
Sé que ha generado muchísimo interés.
I know that this has generated a great deal of interest, and I see more raised hands. If you don't mind, perhaps you could approach Maria and Renu during the lunch break and ask your questions. Now I'd like to go on to our policymakers, the experts that in their day-to-day operations need to not only design, but also implement and evaluate different social housing programs. We'd like to begin with Minister Montes. Just to inquire, Minister, Chile has been a leader in the design and implementation of social housing subsidy programs. And I wanted to ask, from your perspective, what have been your greatest successes and what are the key challenges that you still face in this area? Well, thank you for the invitation, first and foremost. I think that all of this requires a much broader answer, but just to summarize, it's key to understand that there's a new reality. We can't think that we're just moving forward without this new reality, financial, social, and what have you. So clearly we faced a great deal of issues when we looked at the actual reality that we faced. In Chile, I think that the greatest success that we've had in this framework first and foremost, we needed to understand that we had a serious housing problem. And this was basically a political issue. We needed to understand the existence of this program and how it affected the majority of our society. And we also needed to understand the harm that this causes for families that don't have a home. In the Chilean case, we only have approximately $25,000 on average of per capita income. But from a policy standpoint, in addition to recognizing the existence of the issue, it's also important for us to understand that this is an issue that could lead to other very serious problems. And we're already seeing some very strong problems. And in some cases, for some families, we're looking at very alarming numbers and circumstances. Additionally, our policy challenges are things that need to be understood by all, not just by the government, by the different ministries, civil society, society at large. The international community needs to understand what's happening. And we also need to be aware that these are different times. We need to establish a very strong milestone in terms of assuming that we need to reduce this deficit, and we also need to be able to improve access to housing with and without public support. And I think that's the most successful thing that I can say about this from a policy standpoint. And when we talk about challenges, and I'd like to elaborate further later on, but when we talk about challenges, we need to try and ensure, first and foremost, that this deficit does not grow and find a pathway. But we're looking, first and foremost, at a qualitative deficit. I'm sorry, I meant quantitative. That's the first challenge, that this is a quantitative deficit, but there are some qualitative aspects that we need to look at. And the presenter mentioned this a few moments ago. Chris, if we don't build more homes, we're going to be stuck. There's no way to move forward without building more homes. There's no room for any of this to move in any direction. So that's more in the short term, but we need to go beyond this shorter term to the longer term. We can't really bring about a completely new model to address all of these issues because we don't have time. We need to undertake some of the things that need to have an impact in the short term, while at the same time consider more medium term and long term considerations. We only have administrations that last 4 years. In Chile, the parliament intervenes in many of the things undertaken by the state, and we need to consider the short-term perspective and talk about how we build neighborhoods, how do we overcome these disparities, the segregation. And we have Spaniards also that are coming, and I'm talking about other Spaniards, but so I think we need to engage in a new debate, and we were talking a while ago that we need help in opening a new debate, even from institutions such as this. In our case, the issue hasn't been so much resource related, it's been more of a strategy problem. And we know that we know much less than Colombians and Brazilians and Argentinians when we talk about cities, because they've had a history with that sector, with that topic. They've got a culture built around that in the work that they've done. And so clearly we have some short, medium, and long-term things that we need to take care of, but we need to really focus on building healthy neighborhoods. I know that my answer is very political, but that's what I have. Thank you, Minister Montes. And this falls closely in alignment with what was said by Juan Pablo this morning when we talked about housing policy having so many deficiencies? Thank you very much. Well, I heard you mention Brazil as an example to follow, and I'm going to yield the floor to Secretary Dos Santos. And I wanted to ask you, Mr. Secretary, you worked extensively on the issue of cities, and you've talked about and worked extensively on improvement programs, housing improvements, city improvements, and you've done so in a way that is particularly integrated the regulatory aspect, the technical support aspect, and I would love for you to share with the audience how you have brought about this program and what challenges do you believe that you still face?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'd like to start saying that I fully agree with the minister when he says that this is a political decision. Also saying that I share the difficulty, the bureaucracy when you mention that a decree that took 3 years, a program to improve the use of land that started in August of 2020. We're going to start now. So this is indeed a severe difficulty that we face. First of all, I would like to mention two information so people can have an outlook of what happens in Brazil. In 1970, Brazil, we had 52 million population, 37% population lived in the cities. We had a leap in 2019 were 215 million people, and 86% of people live in the urban areas. There is no way that we can have a qualified follow-up of the structure of a city that can deal with the massification of this huge change in such a short period of time. We have in our public policy the qualitative aspect, and the quantitative aspect. Qualitatively speaking, we started in 2019 around 74 million housing units. Of those, 12.8 million had some kind of inadequacy. To classify as such, we can say no have exclusive a bathroom, that the ceiling has not been built with an adequate material, that it has two persons per an area that is considered a room. So in this say that we have already two inadequate areas. In 2020, we elaborate our public policy trying to enhance, to scale up the needs of those housing, because the perception differently from Chile in Brazil, it was indeed with reasonable success, was focused on the quantitative aspect, and we try to scale this up for the qualitative aspect. Straightforward, answering your question, the program that we are implementing right now with a partnership with the IDB, it is to improve the housing in the whole country, and in order to do that, we are facing several obstacles. First of all, to have more bank or financial institutions that want to work in this area. Brazil is a huge country with several inequalities, different regional realities, such as India. We have a high level of informality, very unequal inside the country. For instance, the northeast and the north of Brazil, informality represents almost 50% of the market, which represents a huge challenge. In the past programs that we have was a change of not the proper use of the financial resource. And the way we are trying to reduce that is just create some mandatory technical assistance. This way, we qualify that particular improvement, we reduce the waste, we qualify the use of the financial resources, and as a result, we will have a new market for engineers, a new market that can work in that particular market so that they can have continuum of funds.
So our ideas to start a program for the beginning of the next year of around maybe 300 million, 400 million reais. That's the idea. So this is our main focus.
Gracias.
Obrigada. Secretario, digamos una reflexión bastante profunda de todos los
a very deep reflection of all the elements that you have to take into account for the new program. I wanted to ask Minister Chacon, you have just completed a new diagnosis of the value chains. Were you thinking of evaluating new possible tools, subsidies, credit, and so on for Peru? And I wanted to ask you, which do you think would be more appropriate for your country?
Muy buenas tardes ya con todos.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Por la invitación.
Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be a part of this panel with these honorable and distinguished people. We have 33 million people in Peru. We have a housing deficit of 1.6 million. That deficit basically is well identified. It's 1.5 and 0.5 million is the qualitative deficit. Our country, as many other countries in this region, is very diverse. It's multicultural. And after this study, we are making an effort to redesign coverage schemes to make sure that we are able to provide loans for those sectors that are less favored, the more vulnerable ones. Usually it's destined to a sector that has more resources. So what we're trying to do in coordination with the financial sectors is that this all be more accessible for those families who have less resources. Peru has 78% of informality in its population. Therefore, it's very important to be able to trace them and track them. Another important point is focusing these sectors, because you know that Peru has mountainous areas, coastal areas, and forest areas. It's not the same thing in the forest when we have certain characteristics, and there are other areas where you can only access those areas on an airplane and wait for 4 days for another one to come by. The cost of a housing, of a real estate project obviously goes up as opposed to a city where they have the factories, where they produce the cement and so on. So I think that we should take this into account. In Lima, for example, a great part of the population, where we have 13 million inhabitants, and most of them are in the mountainous areas, the hilly areas, we should first of all resolve the problem of stability, the land stability. And we also have to make sure that they have drinking water and sanitation. These are some of the risks that we have. They're very strong risks. We have to do quite a bit. But the government has this premise. We are trying to make sure to bring all the sectors together, making sure that we place special focus on the least favored ones. Thank you, Mr. Minister. And I'd like to go back to Mr. Montes. I'd like to talk about scale. we need to reach more people. I understand that your administration is taking into account elements of industrialization and of building housing per se. So what strategies have you come up with to that end? Very well. I would like to tell you that we have synthesized all of this in an emergency plan in these 4 years in our government. We have yearly goals over these 4 years. As I said, quantitative is more important. We have 700,000 families that are homeless, 400 or 500,000 that have qualitative housing problems. That's our reality. And what's even more dramatic is that there are people who don't have a home. Many of them are living crowded in one home. Some of them are in encampments and in a very precarious situation. What is the strategy for this? First of all, in a social organization like ours, the state has to come in qualitatively. It has to have an important role long-term in order to work with the private and public sector, just to be able to have more initiatives, many more initiatives. We don't want only a subsidiary state, a state that provides subsidies. We have to make sure that we do things differently as opposed to our previous regimes. And we have to, first of all, diversify programs. The idea of standardized program is something that belongs to the past, and we have a new financial reality. We have to face problems that respond to the needs of the territory. So we have to provide lines of access, but not a solidarity fund that doesn't have any credit. It's the small savings, and the rest is public support. And we are trying to do 84,000 homes short term. So we have a program of integration with median sectors that also works and is creating new situations, new neighborhoods, and with different problems. And of course, we have to make sure that the private sector provides its resources, it comes in. We also have a system that has to learn to execute, and it's very complicated. I can't explain it now. We're in the rural area, we're backward. We have to make sure that we take into account the complications of our geography. Not only do we have so many people that are receiving subsidies, but they don't find any solutions. They don't find homes, they don't find any living quarters anywhere. And we also have self-construction in certain areas. And then you see that there is an urbanization, but then the families do it based on different models. And this is housing that also belongs to the municipalities for transition families, both because it might have been a fire, there might have been other emergencies, and each of the municipalities will have its own programs. We also have homes for workers, and we work with the workers and the companies. The company provides the land and the state provides the subsidies. We have 20,000 provided or foreseen for the next 4 years. And sometimes a home becomes 3 homes. This is another model that we have to take into account. Then we have to also take into consideration what we call the occupation of homes. First of all, we have to work to make sure that people do receive homing. There are people in encampments, and we have to make sure that there is certain basic habitability, because one of the main reasons is that there is a lack of faith, a lack of trust in our politics, in our politicians. And I'm sorry to go on, but aside from diversifying these pathways, is that Whoever wants to do some business in our country is welcome, because it's not that there is no taxation, but taxation is low. So if you want to do business in Chile, you can. We want to make sure that there is a bank for public soil, for public lands. We need 1,202 hectares that we can work on so that we can establish their value. And this is something that the state has to try to negotiate and to make sure that public lands are at the disposal of this program. We want to make sure that that the land is not outside of the cities. We want to make sure that the land is inside the cities, because otherwise we have to do paving, we have to bring in water and pipes and so on. So it's very, very difficult to do all this. But then again, we have the parking issues in our cities and so on and so forth. And we also have the armed forces that kept quite a lot of our soil. After the dictatorship, they kept all this land. And what you were asking about the production of homes, to change the way we do homes. We've had a generation of young entrepreneurs who are worried about building better social housing, incorporating different ways of building housing with different materials. Industrialized housing is something new in social housing. This used to exist at a different level of revenue. It's taking us about 4 months to build a building of 6 floors of good quality and with a great design. But we have 7 enterprises that are producing 3 types of housing: wood, cement, steel, and so on. And in the next few weeks, we are going to see the 3 models that we've come up with, so that we don't have to reclassify and go through all the paperwork again. We also have we have many problems with the provision of materials. The Chinese had a central role. They retired, they withdrew, and now we're having problems with our value chains. And we have to go buy in Argentina, we have to buy in Ecuador, we have to buy in a bad manner and not in an organized way. So the state has to come in. We have to train teachers. We had very strong support socially, and so the teachers, the professors went and opened their own companies, and they left all this. We're trying to train 8,075 professors so that they can direct the use of machinery, the industrial aspect of all this. And I'm going to say this as well. We have to make sure that the processes are faster. This is where we've said that it takes us 3 years sometimes to build housing. So this cannot happen in an emergency. We're trying to make sure that the bureaucracy isn't too bad. The municipal bureaucracy is even worse. And then we go down the entire chain. It's incredible. Private companies to go to connect electricity in a municipality, it took them 6 months. 6 months. Families had built their houses. They said they had no officers who could take care of this. So a key question, which is participation. It's not only about getting a house, about having houses. What about the communities and the dictatorship and the growth, the economic growth? We saw all of this. The period has been, this historic period has been damaged, and we have a lot of work to do. For instance, you know that in condominiums, there are very many conflicts, and we see the political parties that have to come in. We have to find some kind of social and community peace. We had a wonderful change, but then with the dictatorship, with all these social leaders that were appointed by the dictatorship, just stayed there. And all of this has many side effects. This is why we have huge problems. We need to have learning centers for dialogue, participation. We also have radio programs every week, and within our ministry, we're trying to do our best. Everyone at the ministry and in the private section, there was a program that's called how to accompany people socially. It's almost as if we had to accompany people because we want to make sure that our builders can come in our territories. And two more things. One of the things that was mentioned, we have a serious problem with programs such as this one with the financial aspect, because the financial sector lives its own life. It only works with certain rates and all of the FB and also. So the funds, we have $250 billion there. How many of these resources go to public housing? Practically nothing. There is an imbalance between that. We have to learn how this has to be done. And one of the things that is interesting about this meeting, and which I'd like to discuss with a Mexican who's there as well. You're Mexican as well. Okay, great. But what I'm trying to say is that how can we bring these things together? Because people are thinking, how can we use these resources in bonuses, in funds? We have to see how we can do all this. We have a very unjust taxing system. There was a franchise for every type of building. We're talking about $30 billion that we didn't, that were not brought in by the coffers of the state due to the dictatorship as well. So we have to make sure that companies are aware of this. So if you're asking us, what are we doing? We're doing a lot. We're trying to do, we're making a great effort. We need 260,000 houses in 4 years. I don't know if we'll be able to do this. We have great difficulties, and I hope that we can work with the IDB. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much.
Alfredo, hablando también de
Alfredo,
quería preguntarte en términos de, digamos,
I wanted to ask you in terms of financial production in Brazil. You made some important modifications to the program, and then you did some very important modifications that have made it move forward faster and reach more people. Can you tell us, please, how you did this?
Well, Tatiana, I would like to start with part of what my colleague, the minister, has said, the need of spreading out this communication and restarting with the previous actions for improvement. What we observed is that the population, even the low-income population, if they have an adequate interest rate, they will have the interest of doing their own refurbishment or construction. The difficulty is how to attract the financial agents, the banks, and funds. So instead of bringing subsidies directly to that person, we rather have another modality, which is to create a guarantee fund, a guarantor fund, so that the financial agents will have a better security in order to operate. So just to confirm actually the need of having a different approach for different solutions. With regards to production for housing, in 2009 we launched a program that is well known, and it was very successful until 2020. It had delivered around 5 million housing units. And it was a different program in terms of subsidized production, where the Brazilian state would hire a company to actually build those units, and then they will transfer the very low-income people who will pay a very small value throughout 10 years. And the other part of the program, the largest part of the program, which is the financed construction. And in this financed construction, I saw that in some of the questions, and in also what my colleague has said, has to do with the transfer of the subsidy, not to the family, but for the landowners or the producers. And this is very common. So what was the solution that we found in Brazil? It's not a perfect solution, but it will reduce this aspect. When we talk about production, the subsidized production, where the state will hire, we established one limit. The companies will check those that are able to produce, and then we will have those that have the minimum specifications, and they can produce it considering even regional features. And when it is financed, we are also establishing, but there will have a higher maximum limit per region, considering the geographical region, considering the size of the population of that specific city, and also taking into consideration the family income. So this is where you have different limits until which the companies are able to trade or to sell. So that the companies join this program, they will have the benefits of the guarantee in terms of demand, because the interest rates that the program will offer for the families is very reduced. And also, we finance, when there is an interest of the company, we also have reduced credit for the companies to be able to produce. And as an offsetting for demand with reduced interest, we of course limit these subsidies. And now also referring to the subsidized production, when we were reviewing this policy with the participation of the IDB, we reviewed a number of programs, considering even the Chile's program and also Mexico, presenting a similar feature as the Brazilian program, which is the subsidized production that will be a mass production and far from the public equipment, the public installments, and we would see that things were degraded, people were no longer living there. Many of the people that were taken from a risk area will go back to the risk area, to the hazardous areas. So we redid the whole program, and now we reduced the maximum volume of units per achievement per program, and we demanded that the implementation of the program would happen in areas that already have the social necessary equipment available for these families, and also, as a counterpart, the need of an effective participation of the municipality. In the previous model, the federal government will pay for everything. Now the municipalities have to participate by supplying, for instance, the land. Since we don't pay for the land, we are able to qualify the constructions, for instance, for the photovoltaic cells, solar panels, also for water reuse, and of a number of other improvements we have made. So the way of reducing the automatic transfer of the subsidy is to have a different setting for these units.
La última pregunta. Muchas gracias. Nos hemos quedado sin tiempo. Ya veo que estoy en rojo, así que mi última pregunta.
We have another question. My last question is for Minister Chacón.
Como nos comentaba Alfredo ahora, en trabajar en una ciudad compacta.
I mean, working in a compact city, making sure that there are improvements through the densification, which is well structured. I wanted to ask you, what kind of initiatives are you thinking about for the families to be closer to transportation, to schools, all services? What kind of solutions are you contemplating at this time? Very well. I'd like to say that based on the information that we have gathered in this sector, we are coming up with a code for housing units that contains detailed information on the families, on the homes, so that subsidies are more efficient. We want subsidies to reach those people who truly need them. At present, our policy is important, but at times I have to say that we lose control when it should go to areas that truly need the subsidies. Together with the support from the IDB, we are developing a platform that will be a great support, because we will be updating this information, and it is going to be to agree with the cadastre or the registers of the city. We want to make sure that these areas have access to services with a sustainable type of development in these areas that are being developed. These subsidies will be more at people's reach, not only for the financial companies that have more resources for microfinances, cooperatives, through regulators. We have been discussing this with them so that there are credits for this important sector. I believe that this is what is going to allow us to grow and be able to reach that gap. I'd like to thank you. I'm going to say one more thing. Subsidies are good for certain things, but not for others. I'm talking about individual subsidies. Sometimes you have to finance projects that include equipment. Individual subsidies as a logic can be terrible. This is something that came to our country, and we understand this. Individual subsidies are not good. So we need private and public sectors. We don't believe that this is a solution. This is a solution for everything. We don't believe that. Thank you, Minister Montes. And we will close this session with this. As the minister rightly said, subsidies are not the only solution. We have multiple tools, multiple instruments. We have to take all of them into account. We've spoken about incentives, but we have fiscal incentives, tax incentives in certain countries that can be put into place. Thank you so much, all of you, for being with us during our first session of the day of our 2022 Housing Forum. I want to give Luis Manuel the floor, but I think we have to return in an hour. Thank you so much. The panel was super interesting. Yes, it's time to go to lunch. I see many of you who are pleased about this, but let me give you some housekeeping announcements. There are 2 lifts that go to the 7th floor, the Americas room. There's about 120, 130 people here. There are 2 elevators on the right and on the left to the 7th floor, and there will be people there that will guide you to the room of the Americas. The idea is for you to return at 1:30. We will also have networking in that room due to time constraints. And for those of you who are with us online, we will see you at 1:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you. Please go down the 2 elevators. Thank you so much.
introductorio al panel. Adelante el video y adelante Paloma.
We have a video to introduce the panel. Go ahead, please, with the video, and then Paloma.
En América Latina y el Caribe, cerca de 20 millones de familias aún no cuentan con un título de propiedad. La falta de esquemas de vivienda para hogares vulnerables, la ausencia de financiamiento asequible para grupos no bancarizados y las fallas en el desarrollo de instrumentos de planificación que permitan una expansión organizada de la ciudad siguen dando pie al crecimiento de asentamientos informales. Es momento de reimaginar el presente y mirar hacia el futuro, con políticas, marcos regulatorios y plataformas tecnológicas que permitan tomar decisiones ágiles, que reduzcan los costos y disminuyan las barreras de entrada para pequeños y medianos constructores. ¿Cómo articular la normativa de ordenamiento territorial y una política de uso de suelos que promueva la equidad y la sostenibilidad? ¿Qué nuevas políticas y arreglos institucionales se pueden implementar para ampliar la oferta de viviendas asequibles, equitativas y resilientes? ¿Cómo aprovechar la tecnología para un mejor manejo y acceso a la información, la gestión y la eficiencia? Acompáñenos a explorar estas interrogantes para encontrar soluciones que nos ayuden a construir un futuro mejor.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Buen provecho, primero que nada. Bueno, pues no voy a presentar a los panelistas porque ya...
I won't introduce the panelists. We've already introduced them. The interpreter apologizes. The interpreter is not getting the audio at this point. The interpreter has lost the audio. The Spanish interpreter apologizes. Audio has been lost.
Obvias. Miren, este panel hemos estado platicando mucho
we've been
las siguientes sesiones.
Talking about a lot of the issues that we have with housing. And when we designed this Housing Forum 2022, we wanted to bring in all the information, all the experiences, all the good things that are happening in the region, as well as the negative ones, because we all want to move forward faster in addressing housing shortages. So for that reason, during the day, we've heard experiences from the US, from India, from Peru, from Brazil, from Chile. Now we'll hear about some experiences in Ecuador and the Dominican Republic, but now we want to focus on matters that are often not discussed, but they're very important, and they're related to regulatory frameworks that we need in order to make progress in this regard. What institutional arrangements do you need? Development banks, housing funds. For example, we have the Social Housing Fund, CONAVID. We have other organizations such as those here, some of the ministries, and we've talked about technology as well, but what kind of technology do we need? Unless we have these pillars, we will not be able to have that long-term vision that we need in order to address housing shortages. So this is the housing deficit. You see your countries here, and these are the results. 45% housing shortage in the region, 21% of the urban population mentioned in Latin America and the Caribbean in informal settlements. 53% are informal workers with no access to the financing system. 277 million have been affected by climate events. 90% of the investment goes to new housing. And it was said by one of the ministers also this morning. It was said by our panelist from Habitat for Humanity. So we have this problem, but also we have certain demographic issues in terms of preferences, children who stay with their parents longer, more senior citizens, migration, and others. So how do we address all of this? Well, that's what this panel is for. The first thing we want to do, and we're doing with a lot of your countries, Gabriela, we did some of this, and with Ernesto, we're also doing this study. Who are the main stakeholders, the main actors that we need to work with? A while ago, the Minister of Housing from Chile said, well, we had issues because these specialists were no longer there or we didn't have land available. Chris Herbert from Harvard talked about how that supply chain was disrupted during COVID and how we had accessibility issues for that reason. Anya from the Affordable Housing Institute will tell us how to do this analysis, not only on the part of ministries and housing funds, but including all the relevant players in the sector. And those relevant players, of course, include the Ministry of Housing, but also other ministries that we need to work with. I see a minister from El Salvador here, the Ministry of Environment and Energy, for example, if we want to have sustainable housing. So we'll have to work with each one of the players that represent these different areas that we're interested in, as well as the beneficiaries. Of course, we need to ask people what they want before we start designing. So civil society is very important as well. And once we have that diagnosis, and I won't go into more detail about this because Anya can talk about this much better than I can, that's when you design the product. A product that, as we've said before, it doesn't just mean new housing or used housing, rentals, improvement, designable or sustainable design, senior living, transitional housing for young people, etc. But all of this needs to be based on a good analysis, a quality analysis of the value chain. And we have to learn from census, information from surveys, etc. as well. And this we need to work on in parallel, these institutional arrangements. Either we need to create or we need to modernize housing organizations. We have the National Housing Fund in El Salvador. The interpreter apologizes. The interpreter has lost the audio feed. The interpreter has lost the audio feed at this point. The Spanish-English interpreter apologizes. I do not have the audio at this point. Apologies, but the interpreter is not getting the audio. The interpreter has lost the audio of the event.
So I think we're all here today because we know that housing is important. It's important to us as individuals, it's important to our families and our communities, and our countries and our regions. So, and as we've seen this morning, the provision of and access to appropriate and affordable housing is a challenge that really exists across the globe. It's even here in the US, as Chris enumerated this morning. So how can we approach this huge, complex challenge in an integrated way, in a way that leads to systemic change? Paloma gave me a very big assignment for 10 minutes, so I'm going to cover pieces of it, but I'm happy to talk to everyone more about other pieces. So I think to start, I want to speak about how housing is really a foundation, and it's a foundation, and in that sense, it's critical infrastructure. There's a lot of talk these days about infrastructure, about resilient infrastructure, and housing is a critical component of that. It's more than just the houses, though. It's also the social infrastructure and the financial infrastructure which are necessary to produce homes and for people to be able to access those homes in an affordable way. As I think we all know, housing touches multiple sectors. It's where jobs go home to sleep at night. It's where children are playing and study, so the foundation of education. Multiple generations pass on stories and share meals together. And as we all learned over the last couple of years, it's a place to shelter in place, whether that be from a pandemic or a severe weather event or anything else. So without housing, the built environment is not a city. There's nowhere for anyone to live. Housing stabilizes families, and that in turn stabilizes the neighborhoods, the cities, and the regions in which we live. So that all leads to the premise that housing is critical infrastructure for the growth of cities, and that it's also critical to resilience of cities, and that the affordability of housing, of adequate housing, of appropriate housing is critical to this resilience. It's critical to economic recovery and productivity because you need to house your workforce. If you have a lack of safe housing, you're jeopardizing the stability of the neighborhood. People are going to be in more desperate states. They're going to be feeling insecure themselves, and that leads to other issues down the road. Very similar to an unsupported electrical grid or other forms of infrastructure, this network of housing and how people access it sits at the core of how we live our lives and how our communities grow. And that's informal housing and formal housing. So Paloma mentioned housing value chains and housing ecosystems. Having these chains, which I'll speak about in a minute, be functional is critical for it all to work. And in order to create new frameworks, new policies and plans, the topic of today's panel, that encourage investment in the sector from multiple other sectors, cross public and private, we need to understand how these value chains work. So this may look familiar, though in English, to Paloma's slide. This is a value chain framework that AHI developed a number of years ago now, I've lost count, that we use in all of our analyses to understand how actors work within the sector, where the deficit stands, how to look at that deficit and turn it into effective demand. And we've identified that there are 8 links on both the supply side of how we get to build houses, starting with land, going into trunk infrastructure, site layout, design. Someone has to take on the risk, a developer usually, into construction, offtake, which is a fancy word for someone buying or renting the unit, and ultimately management of the units themselves. On the demand side, accessing finance for housing, and this applies again both to the rental sector and to home ownership. There's eligibility, application to get the funds. Usually some sort of subsidy comes into play, credit underwriting, loan closing, funding of those loans, and then the ongoing servicing and enforcement of loans. What happens when someone doesn't pay or doesn't pay their rent? So we look at all of these links in any environment that we go into, in any country that we go into. We identify which ones are working relatively smoothly, which ones are working very well, which ones are broken along the way, and identify which actors touch which sector. And there's always an opportunity to improve these chains. I've done housing value chain ecosystem assessments in probably 20 countries at this point, and I've yet to see one that doesn't need an improvement somewhere. So how do we apply this value chain thinking? What are some of these principles that we go into in doing this analysis so that we take into account the various counterparties? First of all, local governments are often an important public counterparty in the equation in attracting national and international resources to housing. We have ministries here, and that is critical to setting the agenda and the overall policy. When you come down to the local level, you have mayors, you have public officials who are living the reality every day in their cities of what that lack of housing or the housing deficit means. And so there's often an energy there that can be leveraged, that can be capitalized to put those policies at the national level into action at the local level. So we look for opportunities for that. We also look to understand the informal systems that exist in every country around the world and to validate that with the formal system or translate the language or the processes of the informal into the formal so that it can be understood and worked with by entities like the Inter-American Development Bank or others who speak in the language of formal finance. And as I said earlier, we study the deficit, which Paloma spoke about, which was discussed earlier today. But critically, we also look to determine the effective demand, because just because a house is missing doesn't mean there's a demand for that type of house or the ability for someone to pay for that type of house. And so we need to make sure that the housing that's being supplied is matched to that effective demand, as well as addressing the overall deficit. Also, it's important to note, private actors drive the housing market. These private actors can often be mission-oriented if we're looking at affordable housing, not always mission-oriented if you're looking at higher-end housing. But it's important that we connect the opportunities in the private sector and the social sector so that we can connect across the sectors to solve this housing challenge. And government has an important role to play in all of this, of course. We generally see that the best role for government is to steer, not necessarily to row. Let the private sector row. Let the private sector do the work of taking on the bulk of the risk, of putting in certain amounts of investment. And governments need to set the enabling framework. They need to set the environment that allows for housing to develop in the way that a country would like it to develop. If that framework isn't set, and here's an example in the picture here of a series of developments on the outskirts of Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, there's good housing development going on, but it's entirely unaffordable. And so it's not actually serving the needs of the people. It's not serving the effective demand in the city. So I also wanted to note that the conference pre-briefing materials, which I happened to look at this morning, spoke about the many broken links back in that value chain that exist. And they talked about the disarticulation of housing policy from urban policy and other sector formats. And I want to go back to the idea of how these holistic housing ecosystem assessments allow us to see how the different sectors come in and touch housing and how we can leverage opportunities or resources from those different sectors. And to propose that we think about a way forward that leads to an integration across these sectors, both the public and private, across housing, infrastructure, health, other economic activities, across timescales, which was discussed a bit in the first panel, short-term versus long-term. What are we looking at in terms of housing response to crises? There's a hurricane that just hit recently. There's a response to crisis. How does that response form the foundation for development of housing in the long term that is the kind of housing we want? And taking this holistic, integrated understanding of housing ecosystems, and that allows us then to identify and leverage the opportunities that come from working across sectors and really understanding where the demand is and which levers we can tweak to shift the system, to leverage those different links in the change where it will be most impactful in the moment and create systemic change and increase housing.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Bueno, pues Claudia, ahora tú ilumínanos por favor de suelo social.
Please talk to us about the social land and other regulatory platforms.
Buenas tardes a todos y todos. Muchas gracias, Paloma, por la invitación.
Thank you, Paloma, for the invitation. Thanks to Tatiana and the other members of your team. It's a pleasure for me to be here.
Vou falar só essas palavras em português, mas vou mudar para espanhol porque entendo que.
Thank you so much. I want to say those few words in Portuguese, and then I'm going to shift to Spanish because I believe this is the language that you all understand.
Las transformaciones necesarias, ¿no? A largo plazo, la visión que tenemos que tener.
So I'm going to discuss the necessary transformations in the long term that we need to undertake to change the paradigm, so to speak. And this is in close alignment with the gaps that we addressed earlier today. But it was interesting during the presentation from the Harvard researcher in Latin America and the Caribbean, the gaps between the pricing for housing and the economic wherewithal or acquisition power of families is very low. So we've been able to change the dynamic in the land market to be able to make social urban housing that is of the appropriate quality at an affordable price. I think that there's a great deal more information in the US. And some countries are still trying to diagnose and plan for the future. But we can, in the interim, exchange information among colleagues that are working on this on a day-to-day basis. We can see how we can assess our present situation in each country and move forward. I wanted to point out three aspects related to an urban transformation. One relates to information. Second, legal frameworks. Third, institutional arrangements and governance. Three aspects, and everything is fine. We have a great deal of innovation in the LAC region. I loved Maria Teresa's presentation, everything she talked about, mortgages, financial products. That includes the gender perspective, what we heard from the presenter from India. So there are many things that we are doing here in the region in terms of designing new products. And even the minister mentioned a number of different housing market products and programs that are trying to help us address social needs in a more integrated and more effective way. So we have seen some movement forward, but we haven't really moved very much forward beyond that. I worked on a consulting project in Peru. Thank you to all our Peruvian colleagues that are joining us today, but what we need is a more immediate solution. What is the procedural model, the best model that will work in this case? Or what is the perfect plan? How are we going to overcome these if we don't deal with these price structures? So what are the gaps? These are the gaps that are so present and so relevant to the informal settlements. We are urban housing people. We are not people that can change the circumstances for our people in our countries on our own. But what we can do is work on housing financing policies, housing design, city design, and all of these would be within the framework of a long-term vision. And so we need to establish the vision, the intention, and the actions that are geared towards the long-term plan. I really liked also what the Chilean minister said regarding the fact that we can't change everything. And we have several institutions that are spread out across several countries in the region, and they've done some really good work. They're very far ahead of other countries. We have Brazil. They have a good housing fund in Peru and El Salvador. And so we do have these things. But on the other hand, we need to reinvent ourselves because even those same institutions were not designed for this precarious, informal context that we have to address. And we can see it heavily accentuated in what we have in place. So we can't reinvent the wheel. We don't have the time. Let's talk about time. Mr. Minister, I'm always referring to you that I'm taking information directly from your presentation, but what can we do to bring about these changes in a gradual way, but with the necessary intent and planning? So we have information. Paloma talked about information platforms and how they're working in Brazil, Peru. They've developed some interesting models there, but we need to see what's happening in public policy. And we don't have the adequate knowledge in certain countries. So we need to improve on that. And these types of information platforms are foundational. Additionally, we don't have the capability to address with the entirety of the informal settlement problems that we all have. We would need to make a great deal of effort to make some improvements there, but we can't cover the whole thing. So another point has to do with information, and this would allow us to move forward. Many people talked about other types of information. The person from India, she talked about a model where the information is part of the business model of the organization itself. So in the private sector, we need to incorporate these business inputs in addition to information models that are better structured. And if we work in conjunction and in collaboration with each other, all of this information can be organized in such a way that we can be, that it can be applied to the markets, and that could allow us to empower people, empower societies. Because in many of our countries today, due to a lack of information, people don't even know how to find housing. They don't even know where to get to the information, even though it exists. In my new home in Boston, Massachusetts, at Cambridge and Harvard, And I asked my teachers, if you wanted to look for a home, where would you go? Well, they opened their Red Feed, an app, a mobile app, and we don't have a Red Feed for the poor person that lives in the metropolitan area of El Salvador and Brazil. They don't have that available, so they would need to go to the store or to a specialized location for that. And if they want information about land or what have you, then they don't know where to go to get that information. So all of these things go hand in hand. We need to empower all of this, and everything has to do with the land, because I need to know how the city is working, where the city is growing, and then establish and design policies that can address those issues. Second point, legal frameworks. I think that we've been working extensively in the LAC region on legal frameworks, and we're trying to include social issues, land ownership issues, and other issues for the benefit of society at large. Additionally, we need legal frameworks that support the activities of small and medium-sized businesses that could offer financing, that could offer construction business models, and really fulfill the needs of some people. We talked about insurance. I think it was the presenter from India that said that our people don't have insurance. They're not insured. So we need to have these legal frameworks in place, along with a financial system that includes financing, insurance products, guarantees, and strengthening small businesses to be able to reach those target audiences where we want to reach. I think that one of the big stars in the region is the Chilean construction model that has not yet been ratified, but you have a city under construction. In Brazil, they have a lot of construction activity. Mexico also incorporated really good elements in their national framework. Ecuador also incorporated a new legal framework to be able to support this effort. So we have been moving forward in this regard to be able to expand and make more feasible the supply of land, properly located land that is geared for public good, low-risk land, and all of this to conduct better urban planning that is more keenly linked to climate and social issues. So all of this also in consideration of the surrounding environment. At the end of the day, the real challenge that has been mentioned by many people, Claudia and other people, we haven't yet been able to connect housing with proper urban planning. Although my business colleague from Peru knows this perfectly, this is no small challenge. We're not going to come up with a solution for it by tomorrow, but we still need to work on this. Additionally, we have some institutional arrangement issues, and we also need to create additional space for coordination and governance between ministers, because we need to ensure that we have full buy-in and participation at every level of government. This all lands on local governments and local municipalities, so we need to try and work on decentralizing all of these processes in such a way that we will be able to support and empower municipalities so that they can conduct the proper decision-making to support and benefit their own territories. And lastly, we need to work on participation, which is a great challenge. I was talking to Marcia during lunch. We need to expand our communications at the city level. We need to expand national policies with technical and economic capability. We need to improve the knowledge capability across all sectors, academic, government, and the public sector, and the government can't do that by themselves. So creating these spaces to achieve consensus both in the formal and informal spaces, is necessary for us to join our efforts and go beyond mere political administrations and take this farther down the road to the long term. And that's how we need to move forward. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have a video or something. So we've already heard about the ingredients and the recipe, right? But it appears to be a difficult thing to get our hands on. But thanks to this panel and thanks to our ministers and vice ministers from Dominican Republic and Ecuador and the director of Infonavit, who now in our virtual world allows us to take part from different places, they're going to talk about how they are in fact doing this. Hello, Carlos, can you hear us? Hello, good afternoon. Greetings to all my fellow panel members, and it's a pleasure, Paloma, for you, or for me to be here in one of your dialogues that seeks to create benefits for everyone. All this technology is amazing. It's the first time that we do this, Carlos. So we do have Carlos, the Director General of Infonavit. Apologies, but there's no audio.
¿Qué están haciendo, por ejemplo, y si me lo permiten, porque no queremos que se pierda la transmisión?
Apologies to our listeners in English, there's no audio.
Carlos, ¿ustedes qué han hecho en esta transformación del Infonavit en temas de marcos regulatorios, institucionales y también tu plataforma tecnológica de registro único de vivienda que ha sido ejemplo de toda la región? Si nos pudieras platicar un poco.
The Spanish booth has no audio. Apologies.
Claro que sí, Paloma. Lo que hicimos fue primero tener muy claro qué queríamos hacer y hacia dónde nos queríamos dirigir en la política de vivienda. Adoptamos de ahí los criterios que ONU Habitat puso para la vivienda adecuada. Como decía Ania en su presentación, la vivienda no solamente son casas, tiene que ver con el entorno y tiene que ver con la ciudad. Y a partir de ahí hicimos el diagnóstico de cuál era, no necesariamente la demanda efectiva, porque ahí creo que nos falta tener datos más precisos, pero sí las necesidades que tenían las familias sobre vivienda. Y veíamos que el 70% de los mexicanos...
Apologies for the technical problems.
Algún tipo de financiamiento...
We hope to have them resolved very soon.
Para temas de mejora de vivienda, autoproducción y construcción en terrenos propios. Y en menor medida la construcción de la vivienda. Y como sabes, en México estaban todos los esfuerzos dirigidos a construir nueva vivienda y no atender estas necesidades. En ese sentido, hemos transformado la oferta de créditos que tiene el instituto a través de un cambio a la ley de vivienda y a la ley del Instituto del Fondo Nacional de la Vivienda para permitir la compra de terrenos o financiar terrenos, financiar autoproducción y financiar el refinanciamiento de créditos pasados para beneficio de los trabajadores. Eso es la primera parte. Y la segunda era cómo hacemos, ya en el tema de utilizar la tecnología para abatir el rezago, es cómo hacemos para que México no tenga la paradoja que...
Now when we deal with technology to eliminate this lag, in Mexico we're trying to address housing deficit and housing abandonment. So in this case, we wouldn't have an effective demand, but rather we would have a very particular real estate market or housing market, and for that we would have to address housing abandonment. So we're working on certain aspects to see how we can assess active urbanization and inactive urbanization. We would have to see where we should not execute an Infonavit credit product. We need to ensure that we don't try to build in seismic areas or in protected areas or perhaps in sharecropping areas or areas that just don't have the legal framework to be able to absorb this type of product. So this platform also includes mobility frameworks to favor mobility and incentivize it, and it's based on proximities. This tool, for the first time, places Infonavit financed housing within a radius of 25 kilometers that needs to have at least a grade school within that radius, a middle school, a hospital, parks, and primary communication roads. And this has allowed us to establish a proximity territory of no more than 30 minutes walk from any particular unit in the housing plan for that region. So this is precisely what the Infonavit has been engaged in. We have been working and discussing this with the productive sectors, many of which are affiliated with Infonavit, and other government agencies and decision makers and policy makers. And this includes the ministers of the Treasury, the economy, and labor. And this also includes industrial representatives from the housing sector, as well as others, as well as union representatives. And so this allows us to engage in a collaborative way. It allows us to make rapid decisions, and we can then make a decision and apply a policy or financial solution to try to come up with a faster solution for the problem. So we have examples that demonstrate that this can be done, and that it can be done through a fund such as Infonavit, and that can place 7 out of every 10 mortgages in Mexico, and that has garnered a very high share of the country's GDP. Thank you very much, Carlos. Gabriela, Minister of Ecuador, I believe you are also working on a platform, and you've undertaken the development of many standard frameworks, not only for institutions, but new products to address this housing deficit. And as Carlos was saying, we tend to focus too much on the acquisition of new housing, which is the quantitative aspect, but not so much the qualitative. Can you talk to us about your experience? Well, thank you, Paloma. And I convey greetings from our national government. We're very grateful to the IDB for the invitation and for the opportunity to meet with these high-level colleagues and friends and authorities to be able to share our experiences. Just to discuss a little bit how this change that we're making in our country was brought about. It began after we conducted a diagnostic of the sector analysis throughout our country. And this was part of the technical cooperation that we received from the Inter-American Development Bank geared towards urban development and housing. So we focused primarily on the housing sector, and we worked with key protagonists in that field during the year 2001. And this included the bank, affordable houses, and other team members. We analyzed more than 60 key stakeholders in the country that allowed us to come up with a better than appropriate diagnostic related to the housing supply chain in our country. And based on this diagnostic, we were able to begin to make these changes that were required. It's not easy to change the status quo in Ecuador, and the proposals that we as a national government can come up with, but the work began based on the foundation of good governance. And it's important for us to indicate this. We started to work at first with local governments, and this is the key part of all of this because they have jurisdiction over zoning and land use ordinances, which is the first step in trying to establish a project for housing. So we need for that purpose to establish a legal framework and also an appropriate fiscal structure for our country that will allow us to make the decisions or the correct decisions and tell us where we need to go. Based on that, we began on a policy-making process that was very participative. It included more than 200 key stakeholders, and this included academia, civil society organizations, multilateral organizations and institutions at every level of government, financial institutions, construction companies, and other promoters. Each one of these stakeholders contributed to the new policy that we established at the national level that allows us to make these changes. As part of this national urban policy, as it was mentioned previously, the first foundation for what we're doing is the one that I mentioned, but like Mexico, we're trying to come up with the concept of adequate housing. And this involves addressing all of the challenges involved. And so institutional arrangements have been incorporated into this new vision precisely for the purpose of being able to guarantee access to housing. And we want to establish housing as a right and not so much as a product. And it's absolutely foundational when we work in the public sector to understand that. And this right to housing is related to the right to cities, the right to be able to move or to have a safe habitat. And this is part of the framework that we've incorporated into our legislation in Ecuador. And as a national government, it's been able to empower us to look for the answers that we need, including regulatory frameworks and institutional arrangements. Good governance has allowed us to establish projects that are characterized by climate change, and all of this has been brought about through work conducted with other ministries and other countries. We've also come up with the Habitat Prize. It involves a number of national and regional and local governments. It's an urban project, and we're managing this through the Ministry of Water and the Environment, as well as with the Ministry of Economy and other key stakeholders. Now, once we organized the governance aspect, we started to work on the definition of appropriate housing, the proper zoning or land use ordinances. As my colleague stated previously, access to land is foundational. And we also need to work on the concept of safe and healthy habitat. And as part of our national policy, we've been working along 5 key axes. One relates to gender, that provides access to those most vulnerable groups, such as women and head of households. This has been undertaken with a great deal of support by the Inter-American Development Bank to be able to incorporate women and mothers to ensure that women can have adequate access to housing to close this gap that exists in this regard. We've also been working on the climate change axis that allowed us to make the decision to change the housing models that were being employed in our country. We've transitioned to housing that will guarantee the eco-efficiency and that will also guarantee an environmental impact that can make the housing sector an ally in the ecological transition of our country. This is absolutely foundational. In Ecuador, we have 3 regions, and we need to focus on these housing incentives, and we need to try to address the needs of all the regions in our country, such as the Amazon region, and in this regard, we need to focus on the importance of ownership of housing and how important it is from a cultural standpoint. Additionally, we worked extensively with the IDB to strengthen a platform that for us is of key importance for decision making. We call it Capodata. And I want to mention this. Capodata allows us to geo-reference each one of the beneficiaries of these housing units. And not only that, but also provides access in real time to the current state of the construction of each one of those housing units, how far it has progressed. And once the units are delivered, we also need to bring about community support through the platform. And this allows us to ascertain whether or not the family is adjusting in an appropriate way to the housing unit. And this allows us access to information that serves to strengthen our decision-making. All of this in terms of how much space families require, how family dwellings or housing units that need to be designed, what the position they need to have compared to roadways and the position in the urban footprint. So all of these factors have allowed us to order all of these criteria, streamline the different procedures and processes required for the delivery of said housing units. And we've been trying to close the deficit and the gaps in housing in our country in that way. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, ministra Gabriela. República Dominicana.
Thank you so much, Dominican Republic. We're doing a study on value change as we did in Ecuador, and Carlos was talking about this. Vice Minister, tell us, what wealth have you found in the value chain study? Has this helped you to move forward on public policy? You can tell us whatever kind of experience you've had, good or bad, please. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. But first of all, we have to put everything into context. In the Dominican Republic, in terms of housing, it's quite incredible. It's incredible, I was saying, that in a country such as ours, we didn't have a housing ministry. Our ministry is only 1 year old, which means that we have everything that needs to be done in events such as this one. Of course, they help us to understand, and we steal all of the best ideas, we take them home, and we hope that we can this way find solutions. Our policies of housing through the years have been isolated ideas, initiatives of the central government, of other ministries, that not necessarily have to influence housing directly. In the Dominican Republic, we have 11 million inhabitants, but it has a very high incidence of Haitians. Over 1 million people come and go from Haiti. As you know, there is a crisis in that country. So this also has an effect on us, and we have to keep that into account. So you add all this, our population increases, and it's a population that has quite a few needs. At this time, we're working with the IDB, with the value chain, and we have found within that study, we still haven't completed it, that the problem, which is the common factor, the common denominator that I've heard repeated over and over again, is the problem of our regions, countries, and it's the problem of land, and we don't have any plan that regulates land tenure, that can define the policies that can help our countries to move forward. We have started working on this. In fact, the National District, which is Santo Domingo Center, last year or the year before, approved the territorial framework so that we can provide access to the city to the population that wants to access the city. But one thing brings another when you talk about these new situations in order to have a more economic piece of land, and then it becomes the center of town, then prices increase, and it's a constant battle with all of this. And then we have the absence of legal guarantees. 70% of houses are built informally. So in that same rate, we don't have any type of legal protection. With all of this entails, there is no title. You can't use this in terms of financial terms and so on. So these are the studies that we have to focus. Someone was saying a few minutes ago, how is it that we're all very clear on the fact that informality is the common factor? And then we talk about new housing. We understand within our new ministry that we have to work on two axes in two directions. First of all, we have to attempt to formalize as much as possible what is informal at this time. We have a pilot plan in place for a project for housing, for people that invade these homes, that come in, and they usually do this contraband because they're there and this belongs to the state. So this has a history. There are housing projects that have invaded land without any type of title. So the services and the habitat were created around them. So now they have all this, but what we're trying to do is create this, to divide this in lots, take those people by paying a minimum amount of money, and with those lands having title, then we can make sure that that person has access to credit and has access to bank services. Being a poor country, we of course use microcredits, and we've seen that the second tier credit is a possibility, and everyone has access to it, and there are microcredits with financial companies at a lesser level. The other goal is to look toward building new homes. We're working with a program at our ministry with the Insignia Group, where we are building apartments for people who can have access to bank services, but due to the subsidies that we are providing them, which is about 60% of the value, they'd have more access than they would than people who normally wouldn't. So what we have found with these studies is that bureaucracy, all of the hurdles and all of the paperwork in order to move forward with the new projects. So self-generation is to try to address people so that they can have some kind of guidance, letting them know, well, don't self-generate your solution, but if you do, you're going to do this with a technical directive. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have new homing. So I would say that this is what we're doing. Now, talking about the paperwork and making sure that all of the bureaucracy is taken care of, if we have a private sector that is strengthened and can come into the market, then perhaps there is no short-term solution. At no term, I would say, as a government, we cannot obviously take care of housing as the government on our own. So the private sector has to come in, and you have to try to provide incentives. If there are no legal assurances, if there's no real legal protection, and then having to go through a very long bureaucratic process, it's not going to be something that is going to be cost effective. We've spoken about this within the government. We have spoken about a single window whereby all of the institutions that are associated to the approval of a project, sanitizing, the electrical provision, everything has to converge in one single window. We have taken those steps, and we understand that these are going to be the pillars for the housing deficit that we are living through. Thank you. As you can see, it wasn't an urban legend. We have here with us 4 ministers who did the value change study in the case of Peru, Brazil, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, and we've set this moving forward so that we can have a faster diagnosis. All of you found your specific problem, so it's much simpler to create those legal institutional frameworks, those platforms. We don't have much time left because we do have people online that have to come in. So at this point, I would like us to speak to the minister from Colombia, who also wanted to talk about an experience that she had within these frameworks. So, and we're talking about the regulatory frameworks. Instead of the audience asking questions, we are going to ask the minister the questions. Go ahead. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. As you all know, in Colombia, we have a new government. It's only 2 months old, or less than 2 months old. We are learning from all of your experiences. We're listening, and we are seeing how we can formulate our government. In Colombia, we found 30 years of history, both in water supplies and housing, which have the following trait. In terms of housing, a subsidy model based on demand, which is well organized, called Mi Casa Ya, My House Now. It works like clockwork. It is provided through subsidies. This is given to the middle class, urban middle class, and this is built by big construction companies. And in terms of home public services within the framework of time, we're talking about 30 years since the 90s. There is a law whose goal is to strengthen the public services companies in an entrepreneurial way that has had a very good performance for big cities and the middle class. We found that this very good framework, both in terms of housing and water supply, is necessary for the other half of the country. We find in Colombia that there is half of the country that works differently. We would like to define certain regulatory and institutional frameworks for the other half of Colombia, because it would seem that during these 30 years, we have tried to take the informal aspect of formalization as if it were incomplete, insufficient, as if we didn't have the clarity of the fact that it's completely different. Therefore, we would like to provide 3 paradigms in the new living and habitat situation. The informal is not insufficient. It's different. It needs another type of attention in terms of providing homes. We find organizations of popular houses that works in a different way. Half of Colombia is built in an alternative manner. And we also find products for communities, rural communities, that provide services to all of the rural communities. They don't want to be part of the entrepreneurial sector because they're qualified and they're considered big public providers, and they don't register. They're not part of the entrepreneurial system that we have. Therefore, we want to understand, we want to recognize and generate an alternative framework, both for housing as for public services. And we have to say that this is the first paradigm, but it comes to the second paradigm as well. We have a housing and water ministry in Colombia, and here we're talking about housing, but we're talking about public services. Without water, we don't have any housing. We have 12 million people in Colombia that have insufficient water supply, and this is dramatic. So we have to recognize the difference. We have to integrate the habitat. And the third paradigm is how. How is it that we're going to formulate these institutional dynamics, these institutional structures? In Colombia last year, we spent 5 months with social rallies, protests that shook the country. We had to re-examine the relationship between the state and society. So we, from the government, we're not going to formulate the institutional framework. We're going to have a conversation with the country. What is the framework that we are going to have? In the next few months, we're going to have a binding social dialogue. We are trying to figure out how this is going to work. We're trying to have a conversation with our citizenry. The country is divided in 50 regions. All of the ministers are responsible of different areas where we want to have a conversation with everyone, and we're responsible for our sectorial dialogues. We've had alternative ones with popular housing organizations, with community and rural aqueducts, with finances, because we know that we're not able to reach all of the poorest population, and we have to have a conversation with those who do so alternatively, with recycling organizations, because in sanitation we have residues and we have public services that we have to talk about. So when we meet again, I will tell you how this goes, how this moves forward within the 3 paradigms that we want to include, by saying, of course, that we don't want to destroy what is already in place in terms of housing and public services. That's fine for the middle class in big cities, but it's insufficient for the other half of our country, where we wish to build a new institutionality, another regulatory finance framework of public policy within which we will be working in the next few months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. This is becoming very interactive. And I'd like to know if Carlos Martinez is still there in order to end with you. We don't have much time left, but we'd like to close with each of our panelists. Carlos, yes, thank you so much. I think that all of our countries have similar problems, what is formal and informal, in terms of land ownership. And structurally, I think the most important aspect is finance access. In Mexico, most people build their homes with their own resources. They don't have access to the financial system. And this has been a challenge that we have tried to solve by lending, by giving loans to workers who are no longer recorded, no longer registered. So we're trying to do this so that we can have a greater impact as our Institute of Social Security or of Welfare. The other thing which I think is very important is the coordination aspect between the different institutions and levels of government. I believe that we have to rethink the level at which we make these decisions. At the municipal level, we have over 2,000 of them in Mexico. Perhaps is not the optimal one. In order to think of the development of urban and public and housing services, there has to be a complete interaction and very clear responsibilities in order to satisfy the needs and distribute the charges within the cities, and above all, respecting the environment the protected areas and the sustainability of the metropolitan areas. These are challenges before us, and I believe that these dialogues help us to understand each other and understand where we are at this very time. Thank you. Very interesting. I think that this was a very rich panel. It was very enriching. All of you are describing your progress. Congratulations to all of you, because it's incredible. Every time we have a dialogue with you, we're discussing, we understand how you're making progress, because you understand that the challenge is not a small one. But as Carlos was saying, and the minister from Colombia mentioned, this is networking, and that's the idea that we can work together, you can work jointly so that you can speak about these experiences. And of course, we can't cover everything within an hour. This was only a foretaste. So thank you all. Thank you both, all of you, for being with us. You are taking time to look at this long-term view. Undoubtedly, all the work that we do with your institutions helps us to understand what path to take when we move forward. And we say that in the United States, we say we do this during rush hour. So thank you once again. We will continue with a fascinating panel. Everybody wants green financing, and this is why we have to put an end to our meeting. Thank you, though. Thank you so much.
Mientras la foto, les cuento.
While we take a group picture, I'd like to tell you that we are already at in the second panel of the afternoon, the third panel today. This third panel is access to financing and climatic funds in housing solutions. I would like to invite the moderator of the panel and the panelists, Gloria Visconti, who is a leader specialist in the Division of Climate Change, and she will assist us in moderating and introducing the panelists. Go ahead, Gloria, please.
A todas y todos. This panel is going to be in English. And we will have really the goal to give you an overview on concessional climate finance and how to access these funds. But let me first introduce this fantastic panel. I do have on my left, Bella Tongonoki. She's the director for the US of a Climate Policy Initiative. We do have Loretta Ruffo, who is the lead of the pilot program for climate resilience for the climate investment funds. We have connected Sumit Manchanda, who is Associate Director, Lead Climate Co-Finance for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. And we have Abigail Demopoulos, who is the Senior Manager for the Trust Funds in the Office of Climate and Environment of the Division of International Affairs of US Treasury. So thank you very much for being here. So we have heard a lot during the morning about the need for financing, right? For housing, for sustainable housing. And when we refer to sustainable housing, we do refer also to a housing that is green, that is resilient to climate change. So is it possible to have my presentation on, please? Okay, next one, please. Yeah, so, it's here, sorry. You see? Thank you. So, why are we talking about concessional climate funds? First, because we do need financing. Second, because these funds usually come with the financial terms that are more favorable compared to commercial funds or even multilateral development bank funds. And finally, because given this concessionality, is it possible to drive innovation through these funds and to take some risks that otherwise we would not take? In order to access these funds, and here we will, during the panel, we will focus mainly on the major one, the major multi-donor funds, which are the Green Climate Fund, the Climate Investment Funds, and we have Lori here, and the Global Environment Facility. But there are many others, some of also bilateral, from bilateral donors. So in order to access these funds, we have to comply with some criteria. And there are some general criteria that are common to the majority of funds that you can see here. First of all, are climate funds. Therefore, we have to demonstrate that the project or the program that we present has an impact on the reduction or avoidance of greenhouse gases emission, or actually have an impact on increasing resilience. You know what is happening now in Florida and in the Caribbean. It's almost every day we have hurricanes with such a big impact, and the housing sector is affected. These funds need to demonstrate additionality. We cannot finance business as usual. Otherwise, why do we need financial terms that are in a way cheaper from others? And also, these funds usually do cover the incremental cost, the resiliency part, the technology, the novel technology that we are implementing. The third one, which actually I would say is the most important one, is the first one. This is a country-driven approach. It has to be relevant for you, not for us from the MDB's perspective, from you. So it has to be relevant for the country or for the region where the projects and programs are implemented and presented. Ideally, we should have a leverage from the private sector in order to maximize the, let's say, the additional resources. We do know that public resources are not sufficient in most cases. A transformational impact, maybe with a project in the Caribbean, for example, that we had a few years ago. We are changing in the energy matrix towards renewable energy. And finally, ambition. These projects and programs have to really comply with, in a way, with the commitment that each country has towards Paris alignment and long-term strategies. Very briefly, what are we doing here at the IDB group? We are, and have to say proudly, that we are the leader in providing access to this fund, to concessional climate fund finance in the region. In the last 10, 12 years, we have been able, only from the Climate Investment Fund, Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, NAMA and IKI, we have been able to leverage about 2 billion of concessional that have been able to leverage additional 4 billion. This 4 billion from ordinary capital of the IDB, from the private sector, government, and other donors. But this is, of course, not the entire picture. There are many other funds over there that here I have not considered. And many of those have funded interesting, important projects and programs in the housing sector. We already heard about some in the panel before us. We will talk about more here, not only in Latin America, but also in other regions of the world. And I think this will give us a sense of what is there. But it's not enough. So here we are in order to give you some information about these funds. These are not easy, I have to say. I have to be real. It's not definitely easy to access these funds, but it's our role to make it easier in order to, let's say, navigate towards the different process and procedures that we know sometimes are not that straightforward. So it's our role, in this case of IDB Group, but also other agencies as implementing entities and accredited entities in order to facilitate the access to these funds. So I stop here, and please come to me in case you would like some more information later or tomorrow. And I will give immediately the floor to Bella, who will give us important information regarding climate finance landscape and others. Please, Bella.
Thank you so much, Gloria, y muchas gracias a todos. I will speak in English. Great, and the slides are up. Fantastic. So it's really a pleasure to be here. I'm Bella Tonkanogi with Climate Policy Initiative. We are a nonprofit institute focused on climate finance. We have offices in the US, the UK, Indonesia, India, and Brazil. And what we do is we track sustainable investment trends, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And then we also support innovative finance models and business models, really with a focus on emerging markets. So what are we talking about with climate finance? I think just to echo Gloria, that it's climate finance isn't a single ministry issue, right? It is something that is about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, so mitigating climate change or supporting the reduction of risks from climate change, so that's adaptation to climate change. It's really about how we enable that across different sectors, so from clean energy, disaster risk management, cities, and of course the topic of today is buildings and the subsector of housing. Now, according to the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, residential buildings are responsible for 17% of global energy-related GHG emissions. So it's very important from a climate change perspective to reduce emissions from housing. And then it's also very important from a resilience perspective, and we heard in the previous panel about how 277, I think was the number, million inhabitants of Latin America and the Caribbean face climate risks. And so climate finance is about addressing all of that. Now, my organization, CPI, as I mentioned, has been tracking climate finance flows for about 10 years. Don't worry about all the data, it's too much, I know. What we're trying to show here is that is the important aspects of thinking about climate finance. So on the left side, well, first of all, from a global perspective, we are seeing about $630 billion of climate finance, so both public and private investment invested in climate action. That's globally. And you see it from the public sector, so that's the blue. From the private sector, that's the orange. It's about 50-50 on a global basis. In Latin America, it's actually more public finance than private finance. And then we use all sorts of instruments. So it's not just grants. It's equity, it's debt, it's guarantees, it's other types of funds. And then the uses, most climate finance goes to mitigation and just a little bit goes to adaptation. That's partly a data issue. It's hard to track adaptation finance, but it's also that the focus has predominantly been on mitigation over time. And finally, the sectors it's going to, most climate finance goes to the energy sector, both energy systems and transport, and then the rest kind of is split between water and waste and infrastructure, buildings, etc. So just to say the importance of climate finance for Latin America and the Caribbean. So most climate finance goes to developed countries or to countries or to China. So those are the three bottom bars, East Asia, Western Europe, US, and Canada. And then for developing countries, it's much less. And Latin America is the next one. It's about $35 billion annually, and then on up to the top. So there's really an opportunity to rethink how we deliver climate finance, how we use concessional funds, how we use MDBs, how we use all of your work at the country and national level and city level to really drive more investment for climate solutions, which ultimately will then be also about the co-benefits, air quality, employment, nature-based solutions, quality of life in general. So, and then finally on the numbers, we're nowhere near where we need to be. There's a lot of opportunity to really step up investment. And then when we look at buildings specifically, we found about $6 billion in Latin America and Caribbean being invested in the region. So again, it's a very small percentage of the total opportunity, and the needs are very high around the world. So let me just give two more slides. One, what can we do? I think there's no silver bullet. This is a kind of a long-term collaborative, coordinated interventions required. We need the policies to lead the way. These are things like urban planning, building codes, appliance standards. There's a lot of mainstreaming that needs to happen. So again, this is not just an environment ministry issue. This is also housing and urban development ministries amongst all of the ministries of government. We need to improve transparency, both of emissions and where investments are flowing to understand the opportunities. And finally, we need to embrace innovation in our efforts. I really loved in the last panel the value chain presented by the Affordable Housing Institute. And my thought, just looking at that, was how can we take that value chain and green every step of that? And can we come up with innovations to really help us to, from the eligibility all the way to the loan application and ultimately the offtake, as it was formerly put, really help communities and really help people get into affordable, sustainable, resilient housing. So just to say, this is a graphic data from IFC. So they've identified a $3.5 trillion green residential building investment opportunity just in Latin America and the Caribbean by 2030. And if you look at Latin America, those are the purple bars, you see that Latin America is actually disproportionately about residential building. So the story in Latin America, the opportunity is really in the residential sector. And I hope that that the IFC work in particular can help drive some interest and action for how to actually do that. Finally, just to give you a sense of some of the solutions we've been working on. So we manage something called the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance. We're basically an incubator for climate finance solutions focused on emerging markets. And we have incubated some solutions in the housing and building sector. So the middle one, Popluz, is the company is Popluz, and they're focused on distributed energy for social housing in Brazil. They have now signed up 2,500 condominiums and residents to accelerate distributed solar power for low-income tenants in Brazil. And they're using not only technology, but not only kind of the green technology, but also a fintech or IT platform to help to score both the residents as well as the energy system. And then the other one I want to mention on this slide is called Green Affordable Housing Finance. It's focused, the pilot is focused on Kenya. It is we worked with a company called Real, which is a UK company focused on Asia and Africa, so not Latin America at all, but they have a really, really nice solution in particular for informal housing and people whose income or whose credit ratings or credit quality are low or non-existent. And so they are also working with a fintech company to develop an alternative credit assessment scheme, in addition to working on a guarantee facility and a technical assistance facility to really provide a comprehensive solution to green housing finance. And that is focused on Kenya. So thank you so much. It's really, again, a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much, Bella, for the presentation. That's it all, right?
No.
Okay, now it goes. Thank you, Bella. Thank you very much for your presentation. So I have a couple of questions for the panels, and then we will open for discussion, but I see you have a question, right? Okay, go ahead with your question. Why not? Someone? I go with one.
My question pertains to the point that was made that most climate financing goes to East Asia, Pacific, Western Europe, and North America. What will account for Latin America and the Caribbean having such little investment in this regard?
I think it's partly a finance question, just that most finance is in US and Canada, Western Europe, East Asia, Pacific. So I can't remember the percentage, but the vast majority of assets under management are located in those countries, and most investors invest at home because they are familiar with those markets. And so I think there is a really important role of concessional funds like these trust funds, as well as the MDBs, to figure out how to better access those financial resources that are mostly sitting in developed countries and bring them and crowd them in to other regions, including Latin America, and also to leverage the domestic capital markets and domestic commercial banks that do exist in many of the countries we work in. So there's a really important job here for concessional funds and multilateral development banks.
Thank you. Any other burning question? Otherwise, I don't see any. Okay, so I will then address some questions to the panelists here, and then we will open for additional questions from the floor. So first question is really, what are the opportunities to access climate funds to promote affordable, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient housing in the region? This is an open question, and I would like to give the floor to Lori first, who could give us the perspective of one of the funds I mentioned before, the climate investment funds, especially from a perspective of resiliency. Please, Lori, go ahead.
Thank you, Gloria, for that question. Maybe before I directly answer your question, let me just give a brief background on what the Climate Investment Funds is. The Climate Investment Funds was established in 2008, and we are one of the world's largest multilateral fund for climate action in developing countries. So what we do is we support middle-income countries and low-income countries in promoting low-carbon and climate-resilient development by implementing programs and projects on the ground in collaboration with sector agencies and even with local communities. We adopt a programmatic approach because we believe that through a programmatic approach, we will be able to invest in large-scale types of projects, and we will be able to also make the cost more efficient and promote long-term benefits to the economy and also to the local communities in general. We work directly in partnership with 6 multilateral development banks. That includes Inter-American Development Bank and also, of course, Asian Development Bank, EBRD, IFC, the World Bank, and the African Development Bank. In the implementation of our programs and projects, right now we have a portfolio of more than $10 billion, and we are implementing various programs and projects on mitigation and adaptation. We don't have a specific program on housing, but a number of our programs provides opportunities for governments and the private sector to implement and try to innovate different types of projects that would promote low carbon and resilient housing initiatives. So for one, for instance, in Mexico, we have been partnering with the Inter-American Development Bank in implementing a low carbon housing program, which we call the Eco Casa. This is implemented in Mexico. The project was approved by our board in 2012, and we started implementing the project in 2013. And in that project, we have provided $50 million to start up on the implementation with additional funding from IDB of around $150 million. So you can see that we allow for leveraging finance in our programs, and in that Eco Casa program, we were able to, together with IDB, to work with developers in the housing sector, and those developers even include small and medium companies, and we were able to establish how to make more efficient housing for the urban sector, and we have established about 60,000 housing units that are more cost efficient, more energy efficient, and we were able to also reduce the greenhouse gas that were produced by the different households to 30%. And as I have mentioned, we don't have any specific housing program or housing initiative in the SIF, but the different types of program allows us some flexibility to do that. So for instance, under our pilot program for climate resilience, we have made some investments in Latin America and the Caribbean, but not only for actual investments on housing. We also have provided opportunities for the countries to use the funding available under the PPCR to do some awareness raising, some type of training, and also to improve the capacity of ordinary people and ordinary communities, even for the youth and the children, to make them more aware of what is climate change and what the climate change will do in terms of impact on livelihoods and on housing. And specifically for the St. Lucia project that we have, the World Bank launched this competition for children, asking the secondary school children to do some climate impact assessment of their houses in terms of how a Category 5 hurricane can actually impact their houses, and had the children work with their family to identify different types of climate risk assessment and what types of technology and what types of approaches would be useful for them in order to address those risks that they have identified. So this was done in partnership with the St. Lucia Development Bank. They have established the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility through the PPCR, the Pilot Program for Climate Resilience Support. And the competition actually has gathered a lot of entries, and we saw the impact of this particular program on children. And so what I'm trying to drive here is that through the climate investment funds, we allow some flexibility, some innovation on how to address some of these issues for the housing sector. And also just recently, under the Technical Assistance Facility window of the SIF, we have been working with IDB to implement a project in Honduras to promote resilient housing, and also in Dominican Republic, where we have also been working with IDB through a technical assistance program to integrate resilience principles into their affordable housing programs. So maybe I'll stop from there, Gloria, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Lori. Thank you very much for this comprehensive description of the climate investment funds, where the possibilities are what they have done in the past, but we have to work on what we are going to do now in the future for presenting new projects and programs that address current problems. So I would like now to ask a question to I hope he's
online. Yes, okay. So Sumit, from your perspective, from EBRD perspective, and the extensive experience you have in tapping funds, concessional finance from different funds, what are the key elements for a program or a project to be successful in accessing these funds, both from a design and an execution point of view? So let's not forget the execution part. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gloria, for the question, and thank you for the invitation to be here as well to share our experience. So in answer to your question, I think I'll come back to one of the 6 elements that you highlighted in your opening presentation, which was this question of transformative impact or paradigm shift or systemic change. I think that is one of the things that I think all of the MDBs are striving for, and all of our donors who provide us with this climate finance or blended finance are also striving for, right? So, and that's what the EBRD has been trying to do. So to put in place programs and initiatives that really look, try to achieve systemic change and look from a system perspective. Now, in the context of housing, I can give a couple of examples of these types of programs, which have been really well supported by donors. So actually, I think I have a couple of slides, just on one on each of these examples. So if those slides could be put on, please. Yeah. So the first program I wanted to speak about is the EBRD Green Cities program, which is running in over 50 cities. I think it's already coming up to 60 cities since this slide was produced a few weeks ago. A few months ago. So this program is where we are supporting municipalities and cities in our region to really do some action planning, starting from understanding where are the environmental and climate impacts, on these cities. And then, so we have about 114 indicators, environmental and climate indicators, for a city to benchmark itself against. And there are about 34 core indicators which are there in every project, and the others are context specific. But one of a few of the core indicators are related, for example, to climate resilience. So and the indicators include things like looking at the number of households who will potentially be will be exposed to physical climate risk in the future. So we have about a 1-year action planning process where we work with the city and the city stakeholders in a very sort of inclusive format to understand what are the environmental challenges, to come up with an action plan, and to then come up with a series of prioritized projects and investments to address those challenges. And I can give you one example because we are discussing more about resilience today. In the city of Varna in Bulgaria, we were doing the action planning, and we identified that there were a few neighborhoods in the city which were getting more and more exposed to flooding because of the different precipitation patterns that are happening because of climate change, and resulting in quite a lot of damage to households and property. And so what we did was we, rather than try to address the problem at a very, very localized level, from the point of view of the single homes or the housing developments, we looked at it from the city system perspective. And we realized that actually the problem can be solved by separating the city's stormwater drainage systems from the greywater drainage systems in a few important areas. And so the design of the project was done and implemented, and now there is no flooding at all within the city. And so this was the most, looking at this from a system perspective, was the most effective way of solving the problem. I mean, we can go on about the Green Cities program deals with air pollution challenges, renewable energy access challenges, and so on and so forth. But I hope that the example of the climate resilience project gives you an idea of how this systemic approach actually really helps. So, and donors are absolutely key to helping us do this. So, the Green City Action Planning process is supported by donors through the technical assistance funding, and the investments are also supported by donors with blended finance. And the donors include all the important donors, the Green Climate Fund, the CTF, and a number of bilateral donors. So that was example, the first example. And then if you could move to the next slide. So I'll just give you one more example, which is the Regional Energy Efficiency Program in the Western Balkans. Now, it's called the Energy Efficiency Program because that's the main focus, but it does include also resilience and renewable energy investments. But here, you can see that we work through on the image. You can see that there are a number of windows that we work with. There's one window on technical assistance. There's one window on policy dialogue, and then there are several windows on financing to different types of beneficiaries. And I think this combination of technical assistance, policy dialogue, and the financing is really, really important in trying to achieve systemic change. So to give you an example here, the focus is mainly on the residential sector. So in terms of the policy dialogue, we are helping the governments to put in place energy performance for buildings directives, especially for residential buildings, and energy performance certification and labeling systems. So these things would apply, these types of certifications and labeling would apply both to new developments, new residential developments, but also existing homes. So, and minimum standards are also included. So really pushing the envelope from the policy and legislative side. Then if you look at the technical assistance, here we have two types of technical assistance to the final beneficiaries, which are the householders, to really help them understand what are the measures and technologies that they should be able to install, where they can find them, and also technical assistance to our partner banks who are also on lending some of the funding that we provide to help build their capacity. To help build their capacity in terms of understanding, what is the eligibility criteria that you should be using when providing your financing. And then when you come to the financing itself, we are trying to provide financing to all types of housing beneficiaries. So the multi-apartment buildings would be the homeowner associations. Then you have single family homes. And then you also have the developers who are constructing new residential developments. But then you also have the construction companies and the suppliers of construction materials who we are trying to help them to provide more sustainable construction materials and solutions. For example, sustainable urban drainage systems, which are also very useful, needed for this localized flooding type of issues. And sorry, I forgot to mention in the policy dialogue, we also help with things like what is called the Eco Design Directive, which provides appliance standards and pushes appliance standards, which is, I think, something that Bella also mentioned. So it's really sort of a comprehensive sort of set of tools and solutions that we provide. And when I talk of tools, one final thing I wanted to mention is the EBRD technology selector, which is available in every country of operation for EBRD, where you can quickly go and see which are the best technologies in that particular market, which are automatically eligible for EBRD financing. And I think there are more than 22,000 products for the residential sector across all of our 39 countries of operation at the moment. So really sort of, and this is, the technology selector has been enabled by donor finance as well. So you can see how donor finance has been used to really try and come up with these comprehensive programs which try to achieve systemic change. I mean, I could go on and on, but I'll stop there now, and happy to answer questions and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Sumit. Sorry. Thank you for your presentation and all the examples you have given to us. It's always good, right, to learn from each other and to have some cross-fertilization among regions and institutions. And one element that always, in a way, I've noticed in the projects presented by EBRD to the CIF is a common element with us. Many of projects that are accessing climate finance are done through intermediation, through financial institutions, national development banks. This is something that is very common to the two geographical area. Sumit and also Bella, but Laurie too, you talk a lot about the role of donors and in the different funds. So I will turn to Abby. And I would like to have your perspective, not only on the opportunities that you see in order to access in climate finance, but also on the key elements of projects and programs that you have seen from US point of view, participating in many of the boards of the different funds that we mentioned today. So the floor is yours, Abby.
Thank you, Gloria. It's very nice to be back here at IDB. So I work for the U.S. Treasury. I'm currently the GEF Council member and the Trust Fund Committee member for the Climate Investment Fund, so on the oversight body, similar to the board of the IDB. I'm going to be very practical in my remarks. Gloria said something in the beginning, which is unfortunate but true. It is not easy to access concessional climate funds. And I can hopefully help provide an answer to you about why that is, but also maybe give you some tips about how you would navigate it. So the important thing to know about the concessional climate funds, their most important characteristic, the GEF, the CIF, and the Green Climate Fund, is they do offer more concessional financing than IDB does. So oftentimes it's grants or it's very concessional loans. So there is a scarcity of these resources, and these funds oftentimes have a global remit. So there's obviously more demand for the resources, unfortunately, than there is supply for them. So one thing to know is that they're concessional resources, so they can be very beneficial in making a project more affordable. The next thing to know about these funds is they may have several $1 billion in resources, but they don't have several hundred staff. These are all funds who are designed to work through other institutions. So they themselves have very small staffs, maybe under 300 people for the Green Climate Fund, for the GEF about that, for the CIFs, 30 people? So they are not well equipped. If you, as a housing, someone from a housing ministry wanted to call them up and ask them, how do I get a project? They don't have people based in the field in your country, and they don't have a lot of in-house expertise about how to design projects. So one of the most important things you need to understand about accessing these funds is to understand two things. The first one is who in your government is the formal contact point for the institution, who will be able to provide advice on what the institution is seeking from you from an application for finance. And the next thing to understand is which institutions, whether public ones or private ones who are active in your country, would have a connection to these funds. So for the climate investment funds that Lori works on, this is a very simple answer. It's the IDB or it's the World Bank Group. You only have two options in Latin America. For the GEF, you have the multilateral development banks, you have the UN agencies, you have a few other agencies who are active, but only about 18. But you need to think about who's engaged in your country in the housing sector who might have a connection to the GEF. And then for the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, which is the newest of these funds, the Green Climate Fund actually has a much wider number of entities who can implement projects, but they have this process called they call it accreditation, but it is a whole process that an institution has to go through to qualify, basically to be able to help you access the funds. And so in the Latin American region, I didn't have time to print out the whole list of institutions, but you have the very large institutions like the IDB, like the CAF, you have CABEI, you have the Caribbean Development Bank, you have some national institutions like BNDES in Brazil, and then you do have some smaller institutions. But again, the critical thing is to just be thinking about who in my government will have a connection to these funds, and which institutions do I work with as a ministry who might be able to help me bring a project forward. And I think the other point about this is, and Gloria and I were speaking about this before, particularly for a sector like housing, which is very specific, everybody's housing market operates differently. It's not, there's some commonalities, but what you really, I think, need to be thinking about in terms of meeting the requirements, as Gloria and Sumit said, that there's certain requirements to access this finance because these funds are trying to demonstrate that they can help reduce emissions or make housing more resilient to climate change. You want to have an institution working with you who both understands your local housing market and can design a project that makes sense for that market and for people living there, but also is someone who's going to be skilled at being able to understand what are the requirements of the Green Climate Fund or the GEF, so that you can make an application for that financing that's ultimately going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abby. That is very insightful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, questions, please.
Thank you. My name is Robin Rajak. I'm with the IDB. Thanks very much for the presentations and the information. I wonder if any of these funds have established a working definition or eligibility criteria for what sustainable, resilient, climate-friendly housing looks like in terms of eligibility, and that connects with the realities that we've been discussing all day about the prevalence of informality and the substantial amount of production that is auto production produced by households. That's our reality, particularly in some parts of the region, Caribbean, Central America, etc. Most of our homes don't have heating or cooling. So what does it look like? Has that been established? Because it seems that apart from navigating the rules of the funds, we also need to know what is an eligible product. For example, does relocating an informal settlement that is precariously placed in terms of its exposure to a safer location, does that count? Does retrofitting of roofs to better withstand hurricane-force winds, does that count? Has that discussion been had, and are there guidelines that our member countries can look to and say, okay, if we have projects that match our reality, that they are likely to be eligible, at least from the technical perspective? Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very important question. Let's go on the specifics. And I will be very happy to have a follow-up with you in order to go more in depth into this discussion. But let me give the floor to Lori, who can give you the perspective of the climate investment funds.
Thank you for the question. So we don't have a specific eligibility criteria to say that this particular housing program or housing program proposal would warrant funding from the climate investment funds, because the business model of the climate investment fund is that it's a programmatic approach. So it means that for a particular program, there is an overall or an overarching goal, and you have to identify specific types of activities in order to achieve or contribute to that goal, which is also consistent with the needs and the demands in the country. We are also demand driven, so that means the country will have to be the one in the driver's seat to identify what are those specific challenges brought by climate change and identify specific types of interventions and activity to address those climate challenges. In general, for the climate investment funds, all countries who are eligible for ODA financing can actually apply in our various programs. And as long as one of our MDBs, as I mentioned, we are working with 6 MDBs, ADB, African Development Bank, EBRD, Inter-American Development Bank, IFC, and the World Bank. So as long as the country has an operation in any of these banks, you can access funding from the various programs that we have. We also have a cycle. So there are some windows where money is available, but there are also windows where, especially if it's a country-driven process, there is an expression of interest process where the countries can apply for participation in our specific programs.
Thank you. Bella, I see you have some.
Just to add very briefly, the Real, who's working in that Kenya pilot I mentioned, they're using IFC's EDGE standard. I haven't assessed all of it, but I think that is the one that they have selected as at least offering a decent standard.
And also to reply to your question, the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, is developing sectoral guidelines in order to give a little bit of more clarity on what they wish to finance or not. But the bottom line is what I mentioned at the beginning. What this fund usually cover are the incremental costs related to climate change. So for example, retrofitting a roof for a hurricane or an extreme event of magnitude, I don't know, 4 or 5, that yes, might be eligible for these funds. But it's true that sometimes we do have, actually not sometimes, all the time, we do have to justify very carefully the request of these resources in order to demonstrate that incremental cost that goes beyond business as usual and for which some concessional finance is needed. But happy to discuss with you more in detail. Thank you. Any other question or comment from the floor? We're good? Okay. And we are also 10 minutes late. So thank you so much. Thank you, Sumit. I know you are in Europe. It's late hours for you. We really appreciate your presence here. Thank you, Bella, Lori, and Abby for being here with me today. And thank you for your attention.
Nuevamente, mientras la foto, les informo rápidamente que tenemos un break de 15 minutos, más o menos. Es decir, que a las 4 de la tarde nos vemos acá. Nuestros compañeros que nos están siguiendo en línea también.
Our colleagues that are joining us online, you've got a little bit of time to relax, but we will come back at 4 p.m. with the last panel of the day. Thank you very much.
Please take your seat.
Bienvenidos también a quienes nos acompañan nuevamente en
Welcome
línea
all of
en
you
nuestro último panel del día de hoy.
who are on our last panel today.
Panel titulado
This
Innovaciones en
panel is
asentamientos
titled
informales con modelos de negocio de base de la pirámide.
The
Quiero
Informal
presentar
Model.
entonces a nuestro moderador. Quiero darle la palabra a Fermín Vivanco, quien es especialista líder del BitLab.
Fermín Vivanco is the specialist from BidLab who will introduce the panelists.
Bienvenidos.
¿Sabías que América Latina y el Caribe es la
Did you know
segunda
that Latin
región del
America and the
mundo más
Caribbean is
proclive a
the second
desastres
region in the
naturales?
country
Uno de
more
cada 4 desastres
open
ocurre
to
en nuestra
disasters?
región. Y las
One of every 4
poblaciones
disasters
vulnerables
occurs in
son
our region,
siempre
and the
las más
vulnerable
afectadas.
populations are the
Es
ones that are
momento de
affected the most.
reimaginar el presente y mirar hacia el futuro, con tecnologías innovadoras que nos permitan construir viviendas más resilientes y con eficiencia energética para hacerle frente a los fenómenos del cambio climático. ¿Qué incentivos necesitamos para expandir la innovación y el uso de tecnología en el sector de la construcción? ¿Cómo planificar y diseñar entornos urbanos densos y resilientes? ¿Cómo podemos promover el uso de nuevos materiales, renovables, reciclados y de bajo impacto para mitigar y adaptarse al cambio climático? Acompáñenos a explorar estas interrogantes para encontrar soluciones que nos ayuden a construir un futuro mejor.
Ahora, gracias. Bueno, les damos la bienvenida a este panel, Innovaciones en asentamientos informales.
In informal settlements with business models based on technology. The panel will be divided in 2 parts on 2 topics.
Sobre los asentamientos informales.
More about than informal settlements and what type of constructive architectural innovations can be used. And for that part, Adriana Levinsky is with us from Brazil, from the Levinsky firm, and Gonzalo Arteaga, who will be with us online. And the second part will be based on entrepreneurship, on technologically based. We'll have Camila de Ferrari, who will connect from Rwanda, who was not able to be with us because she is there. And we also have Fernando Arzaga from Vivenda in Brazil. We only have an hour at our disposal, and I think that it can be a very nice experience to learn. So the key will be to abide by the time limits. I will ask all 4 of them to please be mindful and be very strict with the 8 minutes they have to present. When you have 1 minute left, you will be notified, and then you should be able to finish. Please don't go hurriedly, but please do this in 8 minutes. Very well, then I will introduce Adriana, who will begin. Adriana, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you so much for this invitation.
Tatiana, Paloma, Fermín.
Thank you, Tatiana, Paloma, Fermín. Hello, colleagues, and the panel, those of you who are online. On our panel, we will talk about innovation in informal settlements, and the proposal in my talk is a sustainable governance perspective, looking for strategies and design methodologies for an inclusive urbanization in informal settlements. Now, if we talk about informal settlements, where are they? What are they? Who are they? It's important to think that we're not only talking about these settlements, but in common spaces, what surrounds them, and mainly to take into account that that's where you can think of the common good, community, the sense of having a link with your community. And so we ask, where are common spaces in these spaces, in these non-places, as it were? All right. In Brazil's context, it's very important to keep in mind that 85% of the population of Brazil is in urban centers, and a good part of this population, about 1/3, we believe, we don't know, we're not completely sure about the data, but we believe that 30% of the population in the urban centers are living in an informal fashion. All right, so let me show you a few images that I think are important to show you the inequality, the conflicts, the different experiences, and the reality that regard the space, the non-space, the non-places in informal settlements that exist, and the new projects that we are preparing, the new housing constructions that we are working on. We're all very careful about producing the house, but the spaces that should bring together these communities are not completely taken care of, and there is no process in the methodology for a production. So if we want to have success, in order to have that link, we have to take into account that financing programs for housing in Brazil ignore the problem of the re-urbanization of the marginal neighborhoods. And these are the spaces that we find around the homes. Most of the problems that have to do with sanitation, with health, culture, education, and time off, entertainment, are not tackled in integrated manner. And we see that the public policies don't take all of this into account. The problem of non-integration brings us to understand that it's not easy to come up with a diagnosis, to be able to come up with a good design. The condominiums, after they've been occupied, suffer serious difficulties in terms of maintenance, in terms of governance. And in this sense, it's very common to see problems regarding evasion, security, amongst other problems. Many of the public policies, constructive intelligence, technology have been applied to social housing, but the ability to manage and govern common spaces when they've been occupied, those urbanized places, is a relevant topic that has to do with a sustainable result in terms of the vision we have for our economy, our society, our territory, and our economy. We are going to be provocative. How can we move forward after we've designed this housing? What are the solutions? What are the processes that should be followed in housing, which look for a condition to bring together a sense of community, of belonging? So the search for this type of integration with the conditions of governance and being able to live together after people have occupied them are guidelines They have to be strategic guidelines for our methodology and for our project. And this is what we wish to share with you in terms of an experience and a study that we've performed, which we call the concept of open-air museums. Open-air museums is a way to work with the re-urbanizing, especially in terms of informal settlements, with a recognized and known cultural identity, having some kind of link with the community, the place itself, the neighborhood. So the experience is called, as I said, an open-air museum. It's a project that started with a public request from the municipality of Sao Paulo to come in and do the sanitation and to regularize within a framework the land ownership. We have a number of square meters where over 100,000 people live. And we have an area here which is very simple. It is protected environmentally, culturally, and it is protected culturally because where you see this red circle, we're talking about a crater, a geological depression, which is protected by the Historic and Culture Department of the state and the municipality. Here instead, you can see the occupation of these 100 people who live there, who've lived there for over 40 years in an informal manner without sanitation. This way, it's an attempt to regularize, to bring in sanitation, protection of the green conservation areas, and we try to construct, to build these empty spaces, starting from the streets, with entertainment spaces of linkage, of experience, of information and environmental education, changing the space for what we call an open-air museum, where there is a work of curatorship, an environmental and cultural curatorship, in order to provide a space which is not only to be offered to the people who live there, but within a perspective of environmental tourism, a metropolitan park. We have 2 million square meters with this neighborhood, with an opportunity to provide ecological tourism and a space to generate jobs, employment, experience, to understand the environment for all of these people. Through all of this work, therefore, some of the points that we wanted to highlight, and this is how we want to be provocative, to improve public policies in the process of reurbanization for informal settlements. We propose 4 points. Within the contracting of projects, we suggest that we find solutions that favor a sustainable governance of the urbanized areas after they have been occupied. And we should request solutions for an urban design and a project methodology that are in favor of interdisciplinary actions for a sustainable governance of the re-urbanized areas after they've been occupied. Within the tools that can favor this linkage and the sense of belonging, to recognize the culture as one of the pillars which is structural in including the transformation within the urban landscape. And lastly, creating legal and urban instruments that can regulate the counterparts whereby private industries, real estate companies, private entrepreneurs, including associations, ONGs, might be able to apply resources through services and the financing for urban requalification and informal settlements that are in the vicinity. Thank you. This is what we are attempting to do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Adriana. We have to say, aside from the fact that being an architect, has studied semiotics, architecture, social sciences. So she goes well beyond housing and urban planning. We see that culture and governance in informal settlements go hand in hand. Thank you very much. Now we're going on to informal settlements. Gonzalo Arteaga, who is the co-founder of Emmental, he will be with us online. He will provide his presentation online. Gonzalo, are you there? Yes, I'm here. Can you see me? Very well, then you have the floor. I would like to ask Gonzalo to tell me something that's not on LinkedIn. He says, I'm not on LinkedIn. He said something, and I said, tell me something about your personal and private life, your professional life. He says that has devoted his professional life to Emmental, and I think that this is going to be proven by his intervention. Thank you for the invitation. No, it's not very clear. He should speak in a mic. We have an echo. I would like to present an experience that we are developing for the Ministry of Housing. It can't be of a greater, too great of a scale, and the IDB is providing its support. This is an experience that we started in Valparaíso. In the last, in Chile, we see that informal settlements or encampments have tripled. Until the year 2010, we've been able to reduce the deficit in a sustainable manner, but it was a great earthquake that affected the central areas of Chile. And then we had a very intensive immigration process. So today we have many more people, and from 2019, with the social burst due to poverty in our cities, we have more and more people. We're talking about 250,000 people who are living in these informal settlements in our cities. Over a fourth of these families live in risk areas, and this has to do with what was mentioned before. Some of these areas are recognized, but many other areas are difficult to situate, and they're difficult to manage because they're associated to the actions that these people take, and we don't know what happens at the industrial level in terms of garbage disposal. So it is difficult to represent these people, these families who are at risk. And what happens is that there is a reaction. We do receive some information on them, but where it's not always clear and accurate. What is the central part of this problem in order to respond to these questions? The tools that we have in our housing policies is that the wait time, the average wait time for a family to have a home is 7 years. People who live informally in the subsidy system of the Ministry of Housing, it works quite well, but nevertheless, it takes about up to 7 years. So the people in encampments have to wait even up to 10 years. So every 2 families are able to leave the encampment after all this time. So somehow the encampment represents a way to have the authorities be aware and conscious of their presence. And these are families with vulnerability. So this has to be taken into account with huge vulnerability. What are we trying to do? Our work today requires a greater effort of an effort by the Ministry of Housing of building 240,000 homes in the next couple of years. Within this context, the IDB is supporting us, and we, of course, are part of this effort in collaboration with the Techo Association, so that we can work with local teams that work with the ministry. We complement each other, and this can speed up the process based on the housing needs. We can come in with technology, and this is the unit for basic services, USB, in an incremental manner to bring these people to urban areas with homes. There's a terrible echo and we cannot hear properly. We apologize. We have a technology, a more technological support, which allows us to build more quickly in a safe, less costly manner for families. This allows us to control costs, to go faster, and to use the land available better. This takes about 2 days per unit to be built. So what you can see, this is a prototype. This goes back to 2020, where we concentrate the technical and financial efforts. This is, here you can see the definitive structure, the bathroom and the kitchen. It's on the second floor. You can see the stairways, and it's 15 square meters. If you look on the left of this unit, there's a space so that the family can come in with its own resources so that they can finish this building based on their own needs. We've done this many other times with different architectures, different designs. So it's the process of making these buildings somewhat bigger so that they can comply with the needs of the family and with greater standards as opposed to what a public program can provide. And here you can see these are the services. Here you can see an example on the left where you can see what a family with its own resources might be able to do on the left. So instead of having 15 square meters, we're going to 60 square meters. We're talking about $15,000. And as a point of reference, the housing market in Chile has homes about 50 square meters with the resources that are available. And families usually increase the square meters, but then this generates problems of security, of devaluing the home itself, because they don't abide by these designs. They take different types of materials that are not adequate. In order to have building move forward faster, we're trying to make sure that we go on to the urbanization stage. We have a normal process of building. We have the project, of course, at first, it can take a few years. We want to be sure that the skills are there and people are urbanized by the time that all the paperwork has been done. But we're trying to do this in an incremental fashion. We're trying to do this little by little. We want to be able to provide the property within 1 or 2 years so that people can transfer, families can transfer to this property quickly while they wait for the definitive urbanization. And then we start the processes to improve their homes and become part of the community. Once the family moves to these new homes, there's a process of adaptation. And the definitive urbanization that eliminates the transitory nature of this process. So we hope to be able to reduce this from 7 to 1 or maximum 2 years so that the final project is developed in a timely manner. I also would like to tell you that we have a pilot program with 15 families. This is one of the biggest projects in Chile to monitor the project of widening and their homes. And this started about 7 years ago with financial support. This we hope that by 2027 there might be a solution to this problem, but we hope to be able to do this within 14 to 2 years, from 14 to 2 years. This is what we're trying to do through this pilot program, and we want to be able to repeat this experience in the rest of our country in Latin America. Thank you. Please ask your speakers to speak with a microphone, otherwise they're very difficult to follow. The mic is working here. Thank you so much, Gonzalo. Before we go to the second part of the panel, I have a follow-up question for Adriana and for Gonzalo. If you had to scale up your focus, your solutions for informal settlements, what are the challenges? What are the obstacles? What are the main points? Is it more about financing? But please be very brief in 2 or 3 words. If you had to rank all that, I'm asking the same question to Gonzalo.
Ok, mira, creo que la integración y la escucha.
I think that social inclusion is very important, social integration. In USB, we have greater challenges. It might be disruptive because families have to ascribe to this new method. So we're working with our legal framework to see if we could go move forward doing things simultaneously, not in a sequential manner.
Thank you very much. We have with us now the co-author of the ProTech study that is coming out now. It's a mapping of digital technology use. So here she is. Thank you very much. I wanted, first of all, to thank you for this invitation. It's an honor to be here. I'm Camila de Ferrari. I'm an innovations researcher, and I want to tell you about what I've been doing the last few months with the IDB lab. We've been studying ProTech in the in Latin America and the Caribbean, and how technology can help reduce housing shortages. And we took advantage of this event and this panel to launch the study that you can find in the IDB's publications library. I have a brief presentation that I prepared. Maybe you can project it for us, show it on the screen. Thank you. What is PropTech? I imagine you all know, but it's the intersection between property and technology. So business models that include technology as a key component that are developing housing solutions. And the goals of this study were, first of all, to look at all current market solutions in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also to look at businesses that are developing solutions for housing shortage and that are also reducing inefficiencies in the current real estate markets. And the motivation behind this study came from the idea that at first sight, many of the tech companies are developing solutions for facilitating access to housing for middle and upper income levels, but not necessarily for the lower income levels. So to know if this was true, first of all, we needed to understand where all these companies were innovating along the value chain, what problems were they solving, and where we could find opportunities or where there were still some gaps, where there was a lack of technology and innovation being applied to the problem. If we could go on to the next slide. So in this study, we looked at a universe of over 200 startups, so tech companies with potential for growth. And in the study, you can find a link that will lead you to all the companies that we identified and study. And here on this slide, we see some of the features of the universe we looked at. First of all, they usually operate in a single country. Only 15% of these companies have offices in other countries or other areas. But for a tech company to expand and have operations in other countries, it's not necessary to have offices, physical offices in another country, of course. And out of these companies, the median number of employees is 19, while the average is a little bit higher, recognizing that some of them are already getting rather big. And then the median financing amount raised by these companies is 1.5 million, and most of this comes from investment by venture capital funds. And the median founding year for these companies is 2018. This means that many of them have existed 4 or 5 years in the market already. Next one. So based on this universe, we divided and classified the companies. In the study, we go into more detail about the categories with all the details and classification cases. So we looked at how many units they had on offer, what was needed to management of the units, and then from the demand side, rent solutions, rent-to-buy solutions, or sales solutions, and others for more efficiency in the market. And in this slide, I wanted just to give you a few examples of companies that are developing tech-based business models, starting with Suyo. Is a Colombian company and they focus on formalizing property titles, and they have a type of technology that includes different pathways and includes the technical requirements. So this really speeds up the process. Then we have ObraLink. That's a second case. It's a Chilean PropTech that has developed a hardware product that allows for the automation of information gathering during construction works. And this makes it possible to deal with inefficiencies in construction, and also helps to generate efficiencies and save costs and have a smaller environmental impact as well. And then we have a Peruvian fintech that has a personal finance app that helps people control their expenses and adopt healthy financial habits. And this company has used data collected through their data in order to test a credit rating mechanism for small loans for self-construction or home improvement. So it started in fintech and is now expanding toward PropTech. Now, in terms of rental models, InHomey is a Chilean PropTech that's also testing a consumer credit for initial costs of rental, such as the security deposit, because they realized that this was one of the barriers that people were facing, especially for young people who were moving on their own for the first time. Then Casa Brava is a company that's developing a rent-to-own model with an alternative financing route for homes, where the future owners of a property would save towards the down payment through their rental payments. A percentage of their rental payments every month contributes towards that down payment for purchase. And then we have a Mexican PropTech that offers mortgages through a 100% digital process. This includes looking at documents, credit history, payment processing, etc. And this digital process can reduce processing time to a third. So these are some of the different applications of technology we've seen, and of course you can get all the details from our publication. Next slide, please. And finally, these are some of the conclusions, some of the findings of the study. As I said before, most of these are still startups in their initial stages, and this suggests that there's still a lot of room for innovations. And then this is an aggregate of the founding teams of all the companies. And when we did that, we realized that only 7% of these were women. So there's still also a lot of room for improvement there. That's another opportunity. Also, there's a lot of potential in terms of taking climate impact into account as an element of their value proposition. We realize that most of the startups that were developing construction and material solutions did have a climate focus, but in all the other links of the chain, that was not the case. And then finally, most of the applications and solutions that are being developed are for home buying and selling models. That's what innovation is focusing on right now, and there's a lot of space for innovations in all the other links of this chain. So I invite you to download this study. It's already in the IDB's publications library. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Camila. Just a follow-up question. Having seen so many business models and this ecosystem with different verticals that you've presented to us, what do you think these PropTechs could do to improve their social impact, to facilitate access to affordable housing for other segments of the population? Okay, as I said during the presentation, most of these companies are in the beginning stages of their development. They're just validating their value proposition and their business model. So it makes more sense for an initial product to be aimed toward middle or higher income levels, but then later they should extend services to lower income segments. And yes, there is a lot of space for innovation there. As I said before, the climate factor is not present to a great extent in a lot of these aspects. But very often there's a first initial product that's developed to enter the market, to test its validity, and then they can extend it. Here's second opportunity. Can you hear me? No.
Sí, pero no te veo.
I can sort of hear you, but I can't see you. If you could summarize your answer very briefly. Yes, we didn't hear the first part. Oh, okay. Well, I was saying, as I mentioned during the presentation, most of these companies are in their initial stages of development. So it makes sense that as an initial product, they would aim it to middle and upper income levels as a validation of their concept. And then once that succeeds, they can scale it out and give coverage to lower income levels. And in terms of green development, yes, that is an opportunity that can be developed from the beginning, not necessarily after there's a validation of the concepts. But we do find that most of the green solutions are coming from the construction and new materials link in the chain, but in the other links, there hasn't been a lot of development of this issue in particular. So there's a lot of room for innovation here. How can you rehabilitate or reuse the existing stock of units, for example? How can that would be another way to address the shortage of quality housing. Yes, this matter of quantity versus quality was mentioned this morning. And we have the interpreter apologizes. The audio for this speaker is very poor. There's a startup that's working on housing in Brazil and on financing as well, which is a very important part of it as well. Go ahead, please. Hello, thank you very much for this invitation. Would you share my presentation, please? That's great, thank you. Well, next slide, please. As we were saying, in terms of improving or renovating properties, that's very important in Brazil. Of the 9 million homes, 69 million homes we have, 51 million are from families with monthly income up to 1,000, and 41 million of these families say that they need to make improvements. So this percentage of homes in Brazil have this need for a home improvement. And the point is that this is a market that is not structured. Families that want to improve their housing would like to have access to technical assistance or adequate financing or to guarantees, etc. Next slide, please. And it's not just these families, those executing the loans would also like to have or those who are doing the work would also benefit from having better certification or help with obtaining or getting clients, maybe from lower profiles in terms of income. And funders also, if they're going to provide financing, They need to have, of course, qualified clients, qualified builders, and control over the use of resources. So there's an improvement that can be made. And the point is that it's not a structured market. As I said, it's a completely informal market, and it's not a secure environment for these actors to play this game, so to speak. So at Vivienda, we understand that we need to, first of all, structure this market. It might be the biggest civil construction market in Brazil. So the first step we took was to look at the formal market. Could we operate in a secure way in this market? So what we did was to create a product, a home improvement kit, as we call it. And this would allow someone to transform their bathroom, for example. On the left, you see what was there before. Then we see the after photo, and that's after a week of renovations, through a package that includes technical assistance, materials, the worker, and the loan, the credit. And this is what can be done in a week. There's none. It's not NASA technology here, but it is an improvement that has a high impact, even though it has a low level of complexity. So the idea for this product was to test its feasibility. Could we perform these improvements in a sustainable way from a financial perspective? We did about 3,500 of these improvements in the city of São Paulo, and we were able to show that families, our clients, were satisfied, and the product had adequate financial margins, approximately 27%, so it's viable. After we showed that the product was viable, we wanted to show that this could be sold in around the periphery of the city. So we started to look at home improvement stores, and in some of these stores we sell the complete package. We opened up about 3 of these stores. We learned how to sell the kit, the sales conversion, what type of clients we could get. And again, we showed that this also was viable. And then finally, the last part of this testing had to do with financing. When we started doing this, we went to different banks, and formal banks often have no interest in this kind of product. So we decided to set up our own financing mechanism. Next slide, please. And this was the first innovation of this kind in Brazil. And we included the sustainable development goals in this, and we started the pilot version, and we also demonstrated the viability of this mechanism. We had a 2.2% interest rate. This is low for Brazil, and we operated in this way with this type of rate for a couple of years. And after we did all that and we showed the viability of the product, of the sales and the financing, we realized that we needed to change the role we were playing. We were no longer the executors, the performers of these improvements. So we created a digital platform, a safe space
where families and the workers, the contractors could be a part of these projects and work together in a safe space, a secure space. So we invited these workers, these contractors from different parts of Brazil to be a part of this system. We started also to develop technologies that would help us facilitate and give them a friendlier experience for clients, for contractors, as well as for the finance entities, so they could keep track of all the home improvement that was taking place, where they could have oversight of what was happening, look at the fiscal documents involved, etc. And then within a year, we extended outside of the São Paulo area and went on to other parts of Brazil. And now together with the IDB lab, we are testing even more of these technologies and exploring the possibility of working with the public sector that has expressed interest in these home improvement programs. So that's it. Thank you very much for having me once again.
He's very polished now. Okay. Okay, camera 3. We're on the air, camera 3 right now. Stand by.
The interpreter apologizes. The audio, I'm not getting the audio from the speaker. The interpreter is hearing audio from a different room, it seems.
Yeah, right there. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, right there. That's good.
I can hear only people from staff.
Okay, let's repeat it then. I can hear you now, but when you turn on the microphone.
Let's not use those microphones. Yeah, it was going to. Yeah, for some reason.
¿Cómo voy a hablar con los camera guys?
Fermín, perdón, estoy oyendo las personas que están hablando.
I'm sorry, Fermín, I'm hearing your staff, the staff's conversation, and I cannot hear you.
Channel 2, please. Channel 2 cameras. Channel 2. Everyone, channel 2.
Mientras tanto, quizá podríamos poner en pantalla también a Camila y a Gonzalo.
Let's have Camila on the screen. The interpreter has lost the audio feed at this point. Apologies.
Bueno, Fernando, lo intento creo que por tercera vez. Sí, ¿cómo coordinar con el sector público, no? El mejoramiento.
Now, how do we coordinate with the public sector? Home improvement is a very important matter in Brazil.
¿Cómo están coordinando? ¿Cómo están trabajando?
How are you coordinating with the public sector?
Mira, Fermín,
well, we can work collaboratively between the public sector and us, and we don't necessarily need them. What we do is a private operation, and it already integrates that relationship with the public sector, because we need to know where we can work. So that was the beginning of our collaboration with the government. But what we're trying to do is with these technologies that we're developing now, they address matters that are very important for the public sector, good cost efficiency and how we improve our housing stock. These are matters that the public sector usually lacks technology for. So the main challenge is how this
how does the public sector contract, like what is the model to set up a contract such as this one for this collaborative work? And that's what we're working on now with the government. Thank you very much. I have a question about, perhaps it's a question for Camila, also for Fernando. How do we work more with informal settlements? We heard about the percentage of people, 25%. We calculate people living in informal settlements. How can digital technologies and innovations help us improve housing in these informal settlements? Who wants to go first?
Disculpa, no se escucha. ¿Yo?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Bueno,
Did you say I should start? Well, working with the IDB and using, just leveraging the knowledge that you have about low-income populations by developing pilot projects together, just the way my co-panelists are doing. Some of the prop techs you mentioned are working on land ownership titles, I think in Colombia. Can you tell us more about that? Yes, they formalize these property titles. They have these massive mass formalization projects. They partner with the municipalities and do it on a mass scale. And they also work individually with companies, perhaps, that want to facilitate this process for their collaborators. And technology, as I said during the presentation, offers a platform, usually to formalize a title. You can do it in different ways depending on what information is available. So if you have a platform, it provides a very logical step-by-step process to follow, and this really speeds up a process that can take a long time. And governments, of course, have access to databases, and this can also speed up the process. But there still is a lot of potential in terms of the artificial intelligence for scanning documents, for automating the whole information collecting process. So there's a lot that can be done to improve it even now. Thank you very much, Adriana. I think we could try to find a collaborative solution. The public sector can try to reorganize its contracts for the various actors, so that everyone who's involved in these matters, and this includes sanitation and culture, social aspects, all these players together, how can we coordinate everyone? If this is a public work with a public contract, how can we subject this to a bidding process? Because there's a common goal here. Maybe you have different objectives. And all of this needs to be provided in a comprehensive wraparound way. And also public-private coordination is necessary. Perhaps they lack the advisory services that they need. And it's a complex network. So perhaps ministers can talk about administrative reforms. and this can help improve governance. But I think the formal infrastructure or structure for contracts is an area where there can be collaboration, and also in terms of the methodology for the project, step by step, how is it done? They need a more comprehensive vision, a more integrated vision in order to make sure that we deliver what we need to deliver.
Thank you, Adriana. I think we have a question. Two questions. Go ahead. I have a question for Fernanda. I wanted to ask your point of view, Fernando. We have many ministers, men and women ministers here, and you said that you don't necessarily need the public sector to live, and that's great. Why didn't you wait for us? But I wanted to know, if today were Christmas, what would be your dream gift that you would ask of a minister, man or woman, in order to prioritize from the private market standpoint involving engineering, architectural companies to be able to scale home improvement projects? What would be the key points that a minister from their position could perhaps work on in order to help you launch your solution in the market?
Clementine, gracias por la pregunta. Mira,
Clementine, thank you for the question.
Yo creo que cuando empezamos en Vivenda y creamos, por ejemplo,
honestly, I think that when we begin the housing project and one like this one, a social impact one of the few experiences that we had for home improvement financing mechanisms at that time, and it's still one of the few that exist today. One of the issues relates to the guarantees for the financing, which is something that you're already working on. But in addition to that, once this is resolved, then the next question would be how to find the people on the ground that would execute these instruments. You can't put money on the ground without having the proper people to execute that money. The other question is, how can we get involved in an impactful way? Good afternoon. Thank you to all of you for your presentations. I had a question. I wonder if you could help me understand a little better the transactional flow through the platform. I understand that people perhaps go to some type of portfolio for credit products, and then you could pay contractors from there. What types of contractors do you have on the platform? Are these individuals, sole proprietors, companies, corporations? Can you discuss that a little bit more in detail? Well, the way it stands today, right now we work with companies that execute the improvement actions. These are companies that have all the technical personnel. Most of them are small companies, but they have enough infrastructure, technical expertise, in addition to the employees that are specialized in that sort of undertaking. Now, we do promotions on Instagram and on social media, and we look for interested parties in trying to improve their housing units, and we try to match them up with the best service providers. And first, they undergo a qualification process, and once qualified, we arrange for a technical visit for the actual executors of the plan to assess the property and the work that is required.
por nuestros sistemas, con la estructura de financiamiento, con la debenture.
With the financing structure, and once the financing is approved after the due diligence and credit check, then the financing structure deposits the money in our account. And with this money, once it's available, we tell the
puede empezar la mejoría, los pagamos como 25% antes.
Executing agency or company that they can start the improvement process, and we disperse some funds, and they begin the work, and we audit everything. And we also have arrangements with materials retailers, which is another way of streamlining all of this. And once the job is done, then we pay those builders. So the money doesn't ever land in the hands of the families. They enter into a financing contract. We run all the financing through the platform, and we take care of paying all the key actors that undertake the improvement process. That's basically how the flow works. And in that way, we can guarantee proper control for everything, because we require all of the fiscal documents for any type of improvement project, and we run this through our vendor dashboard. Thank you, Jason. I was just inquiring, Fernando.
Cada vez que hace una presentación, ve que ustedes han conseguido evoluir y avanzar.
Every time you apologies from the English booth, but the audio quality is very poor.
Piensa que es algo que se puede llevar a otros lugares de América Latina, o que experiencias obviamente que se puede ser interesante en varios de los países, no solo en Brasil, de lo que hemos discutido.
Gracias, Jason. Mira,
thank you, Jason.
Hicimos un proceso inicial.
What we did was an initial process of learning how to expand, which happened just last year or a short time ago. At present, we now need or know what we need to do to be able to expand our operations. And if you will allow me to summarize, it all boils down to investing in technology. That's what we need to do today in order to have more efficient, more secure systems to be able to undertake this expansion. So that's the plan for the coming months, perhaps the next year. And that would involve investing in what we have. Perhaps in a few years, we'll be able to work in other countries. Right now, we're working with a multinational Brazilian company called Gerdau, who contracted with us to carry out this housing improvement system management in 2 cities and in a few industries. And last month, we spoke with Gerdau administrators in Argentina. They learned about the initiative, and they have demonstrated a keen interest in doing this in Argentina. It's a natural process, but we need to make sure that we test out all of the technology to ensure that we don't have any complications. Thank you, Fernando. I think we have one more question, and then we can conclude. Good afternoon. I'm from the IDB. I think that all the presentations were very interesting, and I was fascinated by all of your experiences.
Eu queria que você contestar a mim o tema de como o governo compra inovação. Porque eu sempre digo que a inovação é a América Latina.
I wanted to talk about the subject of innovation. But when we talk about scaling innovation, to establish a sustainable value. In order to ensure this, to allow for sustainable cities, we need to address public procurement. So I wonder if the ministers could involve the public sector to improve their processes in such a way that their procurement process would be more efficient and might be able to access these instruments. I'd like to refer to what she already mentioned, Fernando, how to coordinate with the state. As we all know, this can be very complex. We believe it's important to differentiate between the involvement of the state for public works development and other activities. Apologies, the audio is very poor.
Y a su vez los privados que se contraten, estén supeditados a eso. Este no es un tema fácil. O sea, yo creo que una de las personas que habló que se fue, hablaba de un campamento que yo conozco bien, que es el Manuel Busto, que llevamos 12 años trabajando, o sea, tiramos muchos recursos y está igual.
We've been working for 12 years and many of the resources remain at the same level.
Lo social, yo quiero decir una cosa. Lo social no es una cosa simple, recién la discutíamos con la ministra del Uruguay. En el caso chileno, por ejemplo, el tejido social está muy destruido por la dictadura y también por el aumento del consumo. Son dos cosas que terminaron, y por la droga, por suerte, por supuesto, y por las armas que hay en el mundo popular. Entonces, el problema es cómo se reconstruye, y eso no tiene una sola respuesta, es tremendamente difícil, pero lo que sí es claro, que o se parte de las propias capacidades de las comunidades o no se va a hacer. Pensar que va a llegar un interventor de afuera, por talentoso que sean los profesionales de no sé cuántas disciplinas, no van a hacerlo. Y hay que partir de la propia identidad, capacidad y fuerza que existe. Y no hay que olvidarse de Pablo Freire cuando lo decía a propósito de la lectura. Es clave esto también para reconstruir el barrio. Respecto, ¿cuál era la pregunta? Ya. Pero, no, él decía cómo eran las compras públicas, ¿no es cierto? Sí, para la innovación. Depende de qué innovación. Por ejemplo, en el caso nuestro, tenemos mucha innovación en la vivienda social, en el perímetro térmico y en todo el sistema de los vidrios, las ventanas, y también de captar las humedades de adentro y poder sacarlas de fuera y que no afecte la construcción. Eso va en el contrato general con la empresa que se contrata. Y eso está funcionando en las empresas. Dentro de las empresas que construyen, incorporan eso. Y curiosamente, muy rápidamente han adoptado estas actitudes. O sea, él lo puede decir, hay un empresario, ya le pasó a ser natural incorporarlo. Y eso ha funcionado como parte del conjunto de la obra. La otra parte que tiene que ver con la vivienda industrializada, también estamos empezando a hacerlo. No es que tengamos, pero hoy día hay 7 empresas que están produciendo esto. Producen poco, una diaria, una vivienda industrializada diaria, y nosotros necesitamos mucho más que eso. Estamos tratando de incentivarlo y poniéndonos de acuerdo con el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo después que nos ayude en esto. Necesitamos una empresa pública de producción de vivienda industrializada que acompañe a nosotros en el proceso.
Company that goes
se compra directo, estamos hoy día con
along with us.
O sea, elaborando y discutiendo prototipos.
We could perhaps try to find prototypes.
Y segundo, que haya el prototipo permite que una sola vez se fiscaliza porque está predefinido.
There has to be one predefined prototype.
Y eso se compra directamente.
An apology, we just cannot hear properly. This is why it's difficult to interpret. Our greatest apologies.
O de repente las balas pueden atravesar en una población la vivienda industrializada, cosa que también es un tremendo problema. Que una de las mayores resistencias de las personas son las balas, ¿no? O sea, el miedo de que las balas atraviesen los muros. Esto parece como una cosa bien tremenda, pero es parte de la cotidianidad de muchos lugares. Respecto a otras formas de comprar, nosotros tenemos un programa de modernización de las direcciones de obras municipales en línea. ¿Ya?
We have an online modernization system for housing projects.
que de los privados,
in Chile.
los privados, no sé si él lo hace, pero muchas empresas todavía no lo hacen. Y
There are many companies that are still not online, and that would be a good way to proceed to control quality. We're afraid of a mass building, so we have to make sure that every aspect is taken care of, sanitation and so on. Audio is so bad. We do apologize.
Un premio Nobel de irresponsabilidad a esa empresa, ¿no es cierto? Pero ya lo peor que puede existir. Bueno, pero quiero decir que eso tenemos que evitarlo porque eso va a desacreditar completamente la política pública. Me perdona una cosita más. Nosotros perdimos recién el plebiscito.
We lost the plebiscite, the referendum that was held in our country recently.
Por lo tanto, que cada uno se hace solo. Eso lo siente una parte de la población. Y que no requiere lo público. Y que las instituciones sirven poco.
And so people believe that they are self-sufficient and the public sector doesn't have to come in.
Con un contrato de una u otra cosa, pero no aparece el representante de lo público, no el aparato del Estado, sino que el interés general. Y es una cosa que nosotros tenemos que resolver porque Argentina, Uruguay y otros países lo tienen mucho más desarrollado. Nosotros lo tuvimos antes, pero hoy día el Estado como que no aparece, todo a través de otras mediaciones, y eso hace que mucha gente se sienta que no tiene sentido de construir lo común con el Estado.
Muchísimas gracias, ministro. Excelente palabras, digamos que hemos conseguido que, bueno, que se integren en la discusión, ¿no? Muchos
Okay, I think that we've managed to involve more people in the discussion. There's a lot to address. I want to thank the organization, our panelists, and all the folks at KIC for all of their support. And with this, we will finish today's session. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Fermín, y muchas gracias a los panelistas. Hemos llegado al final del
Thank you very much, Fermín. Thank you to all the panelists. We've come to the conclusion of our day. Tomorrow, we will begin with registration at 8 a.m. We have panels 5, 6, and 7, and some closing remarks from Irene Reina Mejia. We invite you to join us tomorrow. We want to thank those who joined us online. We've taken into account your comments. We will pass them along to our specialists. And we want to thank you all for joining us for today's event. We wish you a very nice evening. Please join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. And I remind everyone to leave your interpretation receivers at the door. Thank you.